Hello friends, and welcome. Tonight, a rainy night, I present you with an extended collection of short stories. First, I will be calmly reading for you Aunt Susanna's birthday celebration. This will be followed, for all those of you who like longer readings, with a collection of other short stories that I have read, but this time with the gentle sound of falling rain. Let us unwind. Let's find a safe and comfortable place to relax. Your couch, your bed, your favorite chair. And let's begin these stories. Aunt Susanna's birthday celebration. Good afternoon, Nora May. I'm really glad to see you. I've been watching you coming down the hill, and I'm hoping you'd turn in at our gate. Going to visit with me this afternoon? That's good. I'm feeling so happy and delighted, and I've been hankering for someone to tell it all to. Tell you about it? Well, I guess I might as well. It ain't any breach of confidence. You didn't know Anne Douglas? She taught school here 3 years ago, afore your folks moved over from Tucket. She belonged up Montrose Way, and she was only 18 when she came here to teach. She boarded with us, and her and me were the greatest chums. She was just a sweet girl. She was the prettiest teacher we ever had. And that's saying a good deal, for Springdale has always been noted for getting good-looking schoolmarms, just as Miller's Road is noted for its homely ones. Anne had yards of brown wavy hair and big dark blue eyes. Her face was kind of pale, but when she smiled you would have to smile too, if you'd been chief mourner at your own funeral. She was a wellspring of joy in the house, and we all loved her. Gilbert Martin began to drive her the very first week she was here. Gilbert is my sister Julia's son, and a fine young fellow he is. It ain't good manners to brag of your own relations, but I'm always forgetting and doing it. Gil was a great pet of mine. He was so bright and nice-mannered, everybody liked him. Him and Anne were a fine-looking couple, Nora May, not but what they had their shortcomings. Anne's nose was a mite too long, and Gil had a crooked mouth. Besides, they was both pretty proud, and spirited and high-strung. But they thought an awful lot of each other. It made me feel young again to see 'em. Anne wasn't a muzzle vain, but nights she expected Gil she'd prick for hours afore her glass, fixing her hair this way and that, and trying on all her good clothes to see which become her most. I used to love her for it, and I used to love to see the way Gil's face would light up when she came into her room or place where he was. Amanda Perkins. She says to me once, Anne Douglas and Gil Martin are most terribly stuck on each other. And she said it in a tone that indicated that it was a dreadful disgrace and unbecoming state of affairs. Amanda had a disappointment once, and it soured her. I immediately responded, yes, they are most terrible struck on each other. And I said it in a tone that indicated I thought it a most beautiful and lovely thing that they should be so. And so it was. You're rather too young to be thinking of such things, Nora May, but you'll remember my words when the time comes. Another nephew of mine, James Ebenezer Lawson, He calls himself James E. back there in town, and I don't blame him, for I never could stand Ebenezer for a name myself. But that's neither here nor there. Well, he said their love was idyllic. I ain't very sure what that means. I looked it up in a dictionary after James Ebenezer left. I wouldn't display my ignorance afore him, but I can't say that I was much the wiser for it. Anyway, it meant something real nice. I was sure of that by the way James Ebenezer spoke, and the wistful look in his eyes. James Ebenezer isn't married. He was to have been, and she died a month before the wedding day. He was never the same man again. Well, to get back to Gilbert and Anne. When Anne's school year ended in June, she resigned and went home to get ready to be married. The wedding was to be in September, and I promised Anne faithful I'd go over to Montrose in August for 2 weeks and help her to get her quilts ready. Anne thought that nobody could quilt like me. I was as tickled as a girl at the thought of visiting with Anne for 2 weeks, but I never went. Things happened before August. I don't know rightly how the trouble began. Other folks, jealous folks, made mischief. Anne was 30 miles away, and Gilbert couldn't see her every day to keep matters clear and fair. Besides, as I've said, they were both proud and high-spirited. The upshot of it was they had a terrible quarrel, and the engagement was broken. When two people don't care overly much for each other, Nora May, a quarrel never amounts to much between them, and it's soon made up. But when they love each other better than life, it cuts so deep and hurts so much that 9 times out of 10 they won't ever forgive each other. The more you love anybody, Nora May, the more he can hurt you. To be sure, you're too young to be thinking of such things. It all came like a thunderclap on Gil's friends here at Greendale, because we hadn't ever suspected things were going wrong. The first thing we knew was that Anne had gone up west to teach school again at St. Mary's, 80 miles away, and Gilbert, he went out to Manitoba on a harvest excursion and stayed there. It just about broke his parents' hearts. He was their only child, and they just worshipped him. Gil and Anne both wrote to me off and on, but never a word, not so much as a name, did they say of each other. I'd writ and asked them rights of the fuss if I could, in hopes of patching it up, but I can't right now. My hand is too shaky, and maybe it was just as well, for meddling is terribly risky work in a love trouble, Nora May. 99 times out of 100, the last state of a meddler and them she meddles with is worse than the first. So I just sat tight and said nothing, while everybody else in the clan was talking Anne and Gil 60 words to the minute. Well, last birthday morning I was feeling terribly dispirited. I had made up my mind that my birthday was always to be a good thing for other people, and there didn't seem one blessed thing I could do to make anybody glad. Emma, Matilda, and George and the children were all well and happy, and wanted for nothing that I could give them. I'd begun to be afraid I'd lived long enough, Nora May. When a woman gets to the point where she can't give a gift of joy to anyone, there ain't much use in her living. I felt real old and worn out and useless. I was sitting here under these very trees. They were just budding out in leaf then, as young and cheerful as if they wasn't 100 years old. And I sighed right out loud and said, "Oh, Grandpa Holland, it's time I was put away up on the hill there with you." And with that the gate banged, and there was Nancy Jane Whitmore's boy Sam with 2 letters for me. One was from Anne up at St. Mary's, and the other was from Gil out in Manitoba. I read Anne's first. She just struck right into things in the first paragraph. She said her year at St. Mary's was nearly up, and when it was, she meant to quit teaching and go away to New York and learn to be a trained nurse. She said she was just broken-hearted about Gilbert and would always love him to the day of her death. But she knew he didn't care anything more about her after the way he had acted, and there was nothing left for her in life but to do something for other people. And so on, and so on, for 12 mortal pages. Anne is a fine writer, and I just cried like a babe over that letter. It was so touching, although I was enjoying myself hugely all the time. I was so delighted to find out that Anne loved Gilbert still. I was getting scared she didn't. Her letters all winter had been so kind of jokey and frivolous. All about the good times she was having, and the parties she went to, and the new dresses she got. New dresses. When I read that letter of Anne's, I knew that all the purple and fine linen in the world was just like so much sackcloth and ashes to her as long as Gilbert was sulking out on a prairie farm. Well, I wiped my eyes and polished up my specs, but I might have spared myself the trouble, for in 5 minutes, Nora May, there was I sobbing again over Gilbert's letter. By the most curious coincidence, he had opened his heart to me too. Being a man, he wasn't so discursive as Anne. He said his say in 4 pages. But I could read the heartache between the lines. He wrote that he was going to Klondike and would start in a month's time. He was sick of living now that he'd lost Anne. He said he loved her better than his life, and always would, and could never forget her, but he knew she didn't care anything about him now after the way she'd acted. And he wanted to get as far away from her and the torturing thought of her as he could. So he was going to Klondike, Nora May, when his mother was writing to him to come home every week, and Anne was breaking her heart for him at St. Mary's. Well, I folded up them letters, and, says I, Grandpa Holland, I guess my birthday celebration is here ready to hand. I thought real hard. I couldn't write myself to explain to those 2 people that they each thought the world of each other still. My hands are too stiff, and I couldn't get anyone else to write, because I couldn't let out what they told me in confidence. So I did a mean, dishonorable thing, Nora May. I sent Anne's letter to Gilbert, and Gilbert's to Anne. I asked Emma Matilda to address them, and Emma Matilda did it and asked no questions. I brought her up that way. Then I settled down to wait. In less than a month, Gilbert's mother had a letter from him, saying that he was coming home to settle down and marry Anne. He arrived home yesterday, and last night Anne came to Springdale on her way from St. Mary's. They came to see me this morning and said things to me I ain't going to repeat, because they would sound fearful vain. They were so happy that they made me feel as if it was a good thing to have lived 80 years in a world where folks could be so happy. They said their new joy was my birthday gift to them. The wedding is to be in September, and I'm going to Montrose in August to help Anne with her quilts. I don't think anything will happen to prevent this time. No quarreling, anyhow. Those two young creatures have learned their lesson. You'd better take it to heart too, Nora May. It's less trouble to learn it a second hand. Don't you ever quarrel with your real beau. It don't matter about the sham ones, of course. Don't take offense at trifles or listen to what other people tell you about him. Outsiders, that is, that want to make mischief. What you think about him is of more importance than what they do. To be sure, you are too young yet to be thinking of such things at all. But just mind what old Aunt Susanna told you when your time comes. The Girl and the Photograph. When I heard that Peter Austin was in Vancouver, I hunted him up. I had met Peter 10 years before, when I had gone east to visit my father's people, and had spent a few weeks with an uncle in Croydon. The Austins lived across the street from Uncle Tom, and Peter and I had struck up a friendship. Although he was a hobbledehoy of awkward 16, and I, at 22, was older and wiser and more dignified than I ever been since, or ever expected to be again. Peter was a jolly little round freckled chap. He was all right when no girls were around. When they were, he retired within himself like a misanthropic oyster, and was about as interesting. This was the one point upon which we always disagreed. Peter couldn't endure girls. I was devoted to them by the wholesale. The Croydon girls were pretty and vivacious. I had a score of flirtations during my brief sojourn among them. But when I went away, the face I carried in my memory was not that of any girl with whom I had walked and driven and played the game of hearts. It was 10 years ago, but I had never been quite able to forget this girl's face. Yet I had seen it but once, and then only for a moment. I had gone for a solitary ramble in the woods over the river, and in a lonely little valley, dim with pines, where I thought myself alone, I had come suddenly upon her, standing ankle-deep in fern on the bank of a brook, the late evening sunshine falling yellowly on her uncovered dark hair. She was very young, no more than 16, yet the face and eyes were already those of a woman. Such a face, beautiful, yes, but I thought of that afterward, when I was alone. With that face before my eyes, I thought only of its purity and sweetness, of the lovely soul and rich mind looking out of the great greyish-blue eyes, which, in the dimness of the pine shadows, looked almost black. There was something in the face of that child-woman I had never seen before, and was destined never to see again in any other face. Careless boy though I was, it stirred me to the deeps. I felt that she must have been waiting forever in the Pine Valley for me, and that, in finding her, I had found all of good that life could offer me. I would have spoken to her, but before I could shape my greeting into words that should not seem rude or presumptuous, she had turned and gone, stepping lightly across the brook and vanishing in the maple copse beyond. For no more than 10 seconds had I gazed into her face, and the soul of her, the real woman behind the fair outwardness, had looked back into my eyes, but I had never been able to forget it. When I returned home, I questioned my cousin diplomatically as to who she might be. I felt strangely reluctant to do so. It seemed in some way sacrilege, yet only by so doing could I hope to discover her. They could tell me nothing, nor did I meet her again during the remainder of my stay in Croydon, although I never went anywhere without looking for her, and haunted the Pine Valley daily in the hope of seeing her again. My disappointment was so bitter that I laughed at myself. I thought I was a fool to feel thus about a girl I had met for a moment in a chance ramble. A mere child at that, with her hair still hanging in its long glossy schoolgirl braid. But when I remembered her eyes, my wisdom forgave me. Well, that was 10 years ago. In those 10 years the memory had, I must confess, grown dimmer. In our busy Western life, a man had not much time for sentimental recollections. Yet I had never been able to care for another woman. I wanted to. I wanted to marry and settle down. I had come to that time of life when a man wearies of drifting and begins to hanker for a calm anchorage in some snug haven of his own. But somehow I shirked the matter. It seemed rather easier to let things slide. At this stage, Peter came west. He was something in a bank, and was as round and jolly as ever. But he had evidently changed his attitude towards girls, for his rooms were full of their photos. They were stuck around everywhere, and they were all pretty. Either Peter had excellent taste, or the Croydon photographers knew how to flatter. But there was one on the mantel which attracted my attention especially. If the photo were to be trusted, the girl was quite the prettiest I had ever seen. "Peter, what pretty girl's picture is this on your mantel?" I called out to Peter, who was in his bedroom, donning evening dress for some function. "That's my cousin, Marian Lindsay," he answered. "She is rather nice-looking, isn't she? Lives in Croydon now. Used to live up the river at Chislehurst. Didn't you ever chance across her when you were in Croydon?" "No," I said. "If I had, I wouldn't have forgotten her face." "Well, she'd be only a kid then, of course. She's 26 now. Marian is a mighty nice girl, but she's bound to be an old maid. She's got notions, ideals, she calls them. All the Croydon fellows have been in love with her at one time or another, but they might as well have made up to a statue. Marian really hasn't a spark of feeling or sentiment in her. Her looks are the best part of her, although she's confoundedly clever." Peter spoke rather spiffily. I suspected that he had been one of the smitten swains himself. I looked at the photo for a few minutes longer, admiring it more every minute, and when I heard Peter coming out, I did an unjustifiable thing. I took that photo and put it in my pocket. I expected Peter would make a fuss when he missed it, but that very night the house in which he lived burned to the ground. Peter escaped with the most important of his goods and chattels. But all the counterfeit presentments of his dear divinities went up in smoke. If he ever thought particularly of Marian Lindsay's photograph, he must have supposed that it shared the fate of the others. As for me, I propped my ill-gotten treasure up on my mantel and worshipped it for a fortnight. At the end of that time, I went boldly to Peter and told him I wanted him to introduce me by letter to his dear cousin, and ask her to agree to a friendly correspondence with me. Oddly enough, I did not do this without some reluctance, in spite of the fact that I was as much in love with Marian Lindsay as it was possible to be through the medium of a picture. I thought of the girl I had seen in the pine wood, and felt an inward shirking from a step that might divide me from her forever. But I rated myself for this nonsense. It was in the highest degree unlikely that I should ever meet the girl of the pines again. If she were still living, she was probably some other man's wife. I would think no more about it. Peter whistled when he heard what I had to say. "Of course I'll do it, old man," he said obligingly. "But I warn you, I don't think it will be much use. Marian isn't the sort of girl to open up a correspondence in such a fashion. However, I'll do the best I can for you. Do tell her I'm a respectable fellow with no violent bad habits and all that. I'm in earnest, Peter. I want to make that girl's acquaintance, and it seems the only way at present. I can't get off just now for a trip east. Explain all this, and use your cousinly influence in my behalf if you possess any." Peter grinned. "It's not the most graceful job in the world you're putting me on, Curtis," he said. "I don't mind owning up now that I was pretty far gone on Marian myself 2 years ago. It's all over now, but it was bad while it lasted. Perhaps Marian will consider your request more favorably if I put it in the light of a favor to myself. She must feel that she owes me something for wrecking my life." Peter grinned again and looked at the one photo he had contrived to rescue from the fire. It was a pretty, snub-nosed girl. She would never have consoled me for the loss of Marian Lindsay, but every man to his taste. In due time, Peter sought me out to give me his cousin's answer. "Congratulations, Curtis. You've out-Caesared Caesar. You've conquered without even going and seeing. Marian agrees to a friendly correspondence with you. I'm amazed, I admit, even though I did paint you up as a sort of Sir Galahad and Lancelot combined. I'm not used to seeing proud Marian do stunts like that, and it rather takes my breath." I wrote to Marian Lindsay after one farewell dream of the girl under the pines. When Marian's letters began to come regularly, I forgot the other one altogether. Such letters, such witty, sparkling, clever, womanly, delightful letters. They completed the conquest her picture had begun. Before we had corresponded 6 months, I was besottedly in love with this woman, whom I had never seen. Finally, I wrote and told her so, and I asked her to be my wife. A fortnight later, her answer came. She said frankly that she believed she had learned to care for me during our correspondence, but that she thought we should meet in person before coming to any definite understanding. Could I not arrange to visit Croydon in the summer? Until then, we would better continue on our present footing. I agreed to this, but I considered myself practically engaged, with the personal meeting merely to be regarded as a sop to the Cerberus of conventionality. I permitted myself to use a decidedly lover-like tone in my letters henceforth, and I hailed it as a favorable omen that I was not rebuked for this, although Marian's own letters still retained their pleasant, simple friendliness. Peter had first tormented me mercilessly about the affair, but when he saw I did not like his chaff, he stopped it. Peter was always a good fellow. He realized that I regarded the matter seriously, and he saw me off when I left for the East with a grin tempered by honest sympathy and understanding. "Good luck to you," he said. "If you win Marian Lindsay, you'll win a pearl among women. I haven't been able to grasp her taking to you in this fashion, though. It's so unlike Marian, but since she undoubtedly has, you are a lucky man." I arrived in Croydon at dusk, and went to Uncle Tom's. There I found them busy with preparations for a party to be given that night, in honor of a girl friend who was visiting my cousin Edna. I was secretly annoyed, for I wanted to hasten at once to Marian, but I couldn't decently get away, and on second thoughts I was consoled by the reflection that she would probably come to the party. I knew she belonged to the same social set as Uncle Tom's girls. I should, however, have preferred our meeting to have been under different circumstances. From my stand behind the palms in a corner, I eagerly scanned the guests as they arrived. Suddenly my heart gave a bound. Marian Lindsay had just come in. I recognized her at once from her photograph. It had not flattered her in the least. Indeed, it had not done her justice, for her exquisite coloring of hair and complexion were quite lost in it. She was, moreover, gowned with a taste and smartness eminently admirable in the future Mrs. Eric Curtis. I felt a thrill of proprietary pride as I stepped out from behind the palms. She was talking to Aunt Grace, but her eyes fell on me. I expected a little start of recognition, for I had sent her an excellent photograph of myself, but her gaze was one of blankest unconsciousness. I felt something like disappointment at her non-recognition, but I consoled myself by the reflection that people often fail to recognize other people whom they have seen only in photographs, no matter how good the likeness may be. I waylaid Edna, who was passing at that time, and said, "Edna, I want you to introduce me to the girl who is talking to your mother." Edna laughed. "So you have succumbed at first sight to our Croydon beauty. Of course I'll introduce you, but I warn you beforehand that she is the most incorrigible flirt in Croydon or out of it. So take care." It jarred on me to hear Marian called a flirt. It seemed so out of keeping with her letters and the womanly delicacy and fineness revealed in them. But I reflected that women sometimes find it hard to forgive another woman who absorbs more than her share of lovers, and generally take their revenge by dubbing her a flirt, whether she deserves the name or not. We had crossed the room during this reflection. Marian turned and stood before us, smiling at Edna, but evincing no recognition whatever of myself. It is a piquant experience to find yourself awaiting an introduction to a girl to whom you are virtually engaged. "Dorothy, dear," said Edna, "this is my cousin, Mr. Curtis from Vancouver. Eric, this is Miss Armstrong." I suppose I bowed. Habit carries us mechanically through many impossible situations. I don't know what I looked like or what I said, if I said anything. I don't suppose I betrayed my dire confusion, for Edna went off unconcernedly without another glance at me. Dorothy Armstrong, gracious powers, who, where, why? If this girl was Dorothy Armstrong, who was Marian Lindsay? To whom was I engaged? There was some awful mistake somewhere, for it could not be possible that there were two girls in Croydon who looked exactly like the photograph reposing in my valise at the very moment. I stammered like a schoolboy. Your face seems familiar to me, Miss Armstrong. I think I must have seen your photograph somewhere." "Probably in Peter Austin's collection," smiled Miss Armstrong. "He had one of mine before he was burnt out. How is he?" "Peter? Oh, he's well," I replied vaguely. I was thinking 100 words to the second, but my thoughts arrived nowhere. I was staring at Miss Armstrong like a man bewitched. She must have thought me a veritable booby. "Oh, by the way, can you tell me, do you know a Miss Lindsay in Croydon?" Miss Armstrong looked surprised and a little bored. Evidently she was not used to having newly introduced young men inquiring about another girl. "Marian Lindsay? Oh, yes." "Is she here tonight?" I said. "No. Marian is not going to parties just now, owing to the recent death of her aunt." "Who lived with them?" Does she look like you at all?" I inquired idiotically. Amusement glimmered, but over Miss Armstrong's boredom. She probably concluded that I was some harmless lunatic. "Like me? Not at all. There couldn't be two people more dissimilar. Marian is quite dark, I am fair, and our features are altogether unlike." "Why, good evening, Jack. Yes, I believe I did promise you this dance." She bowed to me and skimmed away with Jack. I saw Aunt Grace bearing down upon me and fled incontinently. In my own room I flung myself on a chair and tried to think the matter out. Where did the mistake come in? How had it happened? I shut my eyes and conjured up the vision of Peter's room that day. I remembered vaguely that when I had picked up Dorothy Armstrong's picture, I had noticed another photograph that had fallen face down beside it. That must have been Marian Lindsay's, and Peter had thought I meant it. And now, what a position I was in. I was conscious of bitter disappointment. I had fallen in love with Dorothy Armstrong's photograph. As far as external semblance goes, it was she whom I loved. I was practically engaged to another woman. A woman who, in spite of our correspondence, seemed to me now, in the shock of this discovery, a stranger. It was useless to tell myself that it was the mind and soul revealed in those letters that I loved, and that mind and soul were Marian Lindsay's. It was useless to remember that Peter had said she was pretty. Exteriorly, she was a stranger to me. Hers was not the face which had risen before me for nearly a year as the face of the woman I loved. Was ever unlucky wretch in such a predicament before? Well, there was only one thing to do. I must stand by my word. Marian Lindsay was the woman I had asked to marry me, whose answer I must shortly go to receive. If that answer were yes, I must accept the situation and banish all thought of Dorothy Armstrong's pretty face. Next evening at sunset, I went to Glenwood, the Lindsay place. Doubtless, an eager lover might have gone earlier, but an eager lover I certainly was not. Probably Marian was expecting me and had given orders concerning me, for the maid who came to the door conveyed me to a little room behind the stairs. A room which, as I felt as soon as I entered it, was a woman's pet domain. In its books and pictures and flowers it spoke eloquently of dainty femininity. Somehow it suited the letters. I did not feel quite so much the stranger as I had felt. Nevertheless, when I heard a light footfall on the stairs, my heart beat painfully. I stood up and turned to the door, but I could not look up. The footsteps came nearer. I knew that a white hand swept aside the portière at the entrance. I knew that she had entered the room and was standing before me. With an effort, I raised my eyes and looked at her. She stood, tall and gracious, in a ruby splendor of sunset, falling through the window beside her. The light quivered like living radiance over a dark, proud head, a white throat, and a face before whose perfect loveliness the memory of Dorothy Armstrong's laughing prettiness faded like a star in the sunrise. Nevermore in the fullness of the day to be remembered. Yet it was not of her beauty I thought as I stood spellbound before her. I seemed to see a dim little valley full of whispering pines, and a girl standing under the shadows, looking at me with the same great grayish-blue eyes which gazed upon me now from Marian Lindsay's face. The same face, matured into gracious womanhood, that I had seen 10 years ago, and loved, I loved, ever since. I took an unsteady step forward. "Marian," I said. When I got home that night, I burned Dorothy Armstrong's photograph. The next day I went to my cousin Tom, who owns the fashionable studio of Croydon, and, binding him over the secrecy, sought one of Marian's latest photographs from him. It is the only secret I have ever kept from my wife. Before we were married, Marian told me something. "I always remembered you as you looked that day under the pines," she said. "I was only a child, but I think I loved you then and ever afterwards. When I dreamed my girl's dream of love, your face rose up before me. I had the advantage of you that I knew your name. I had heard of you. When Peter wrote about you, I knew who you were. That was why I agreed to correspond with you. I was afraid it was a forward and unwomanly thing to do, but it seemed my chance for happiness, and I took it. I am glad I did." I did not answer in words, but lovers will know how I did answer. Jessamine. When the vegetable man knocked, Jessamine went to the door wearily. She felt quite well acquainted with him. He had been coming all the spring, and his cheery greeting always left a pleasant afterglow behind him. But it was not the vegetable man after all, at least not the right one. This one was considerably younger. He was tall and sunburned, with a ruddy, smiling face, and keen, pleasant blue eyes. And he had a spray of honeysuckle pinned on his coat. "Want any garden stuff this morning?" Jessamine shook her head. "We always get ours from Mr. Bell. This is his day to come." "Well, I guess you won't see Mr. Bell for a spell. He fell off a loft out at his place yesterday and broke his leg. I'm his nephew, and I'm going to fill his place till he gets round again." "Oh, I'm so sorry. For Mr. Bell, I mean. Have you any green peas?" "Yes, heaps of them. I'll bring them in." "Anything else?" "Not today," said Jessamine, with a wistful glance at the honeysuckle. Mr. Bell, Jr., saw it. In an instant the honeysuckle was unpinned and handed to her. "If you like posies, you're welcome to this. I guess you're fond of flowers," he added, as he noted the flash of delight that passed over her pale face. "Yes, indeed. They put me so in mind of home, of the country. Oh, how sweet this is." "You're country bred, then? Been in the city long?" "Since last fall. I was born and brought up in the country. I wish I was back. I can't get over being homesick. This honeysuckle seems to bring it right back. We had honeysuckles around our porch at home." "You don't like the city, then?" "Oh, no. I sometimes feel as if I should smother here. I shall never feel at home, I'm afraid." "Where did you live before you came here?" "Up at Middleton. It was an old-fashioned place, but pretty. Our house was covered with vines, and there were trees all about it, and great green fields beyond. But I don't know what makes me tell you this. I forgot I was talking to a stranger." "Pretty little woman," soliloquized Andrew Bell as he drove away. "She doesn't look happy, though. I suppose she's married some city chap and has to live in town. I guess I don't agree with her." Her eyes had a real hungry look in them over that honeysuckle. She seemed near about crying when she talked of the country. Jessamine felt more like crying than ever when she went back to her work. Her head ached, and she was very tired. The tiny kitchen was hot and stifling. How she longed for the great, roomy kitchen in her old home, with its spotless floors and floods of sunshine streaming in through the maples outside. There was room to live and breathe there, and from the door one looked out over green, wind-rippled meadows, under a glorious arch of pure blue sky, away to the purple hills in the distance. Jessamine Stacy had always lived in the country. When her sister died and the old home had to go, Jessamine could only accept the shelter offered by her brother, John Stacy, who did business in the city. Of her stylish sister-in-law, Jessamine was absolutely in awe. At first, Mrs. John was by no means pleased at the necessity of taking a country sister into her family circle. But one day, when the servant girl took a tantrum and left, Mrs. John found it very convenient to have in the house a person who could step into Eliza's place as promptly and efficiently as Jessamine could. Indeed, she found it so convenient that Eliza never had a successor. Jessamine found herself in the position of maid-of-all-work and kitchen drudge for board and clothes. She never complained, but she grew thinner and paler as the winter went by. She had worked as hard on the farm, but it was the close confinement and weary routine that told on her. Mrs. John was exacting and querulous. John was absorbed in his business worries and had no time to waste on his sister. Now, when the summer had come, her homesickness was almost unbearable. The next day Mr. Bell came. He handed her a big bunch of sweetbrier roses. "Here you are," he said heartily. "I took the liberty to bring you these today, seeing you're so fond of posies. The country roads are pink with them now. Why don't you get your husband to bring you out for a drive some day? You'd be as welcome as a lark at my farm." "I will, when he comes along, but I haven't seen him yet." Mr. Bell gave a prolonged whistle. "Excuse me, I thought you were Mrs. Something or other for sure. Aren't you mistress here?" "Oh, no. My brother's wife is the mistress here. I'm only Jessamine." She laughed again. She was holding the roses against her face, and her eyes sparkled over them roguishly. The vegetable man looked at her admiringly. "You're a country rose yourself, miss. And you ought to be blooming out in the fields instead of wilting in here. I wish I was. Thank you so much for the roses, Mr. Bell. Andrew Bell, that's my name. I live out at the pine pastures. We're all bells out there. Can't throw a stone without hitting one. Glad you like the roses. After that, the vegetable man brought Jessamine a bouquet every trip. Now it was a big bunch of field daisies or golden buttercups. Now a green glory of spicy ferns. Now a cluster of old-fashioned garden flowers. They keep life in me, Jessamine told him. They were great friends by this time. True, she knew little about him, but she felt instinctively that he was manly and kind-hearted. One day, when he came, Jessamine met him almost gleefully. "No, nothing today. There's no dinner to cook." "You don't say. Where are the folks?" "Gone on an excursion. They won't be back until tonight." "They won't? Well, I'll tell you what to do. You get ready, and when I'm through my rounds, we'll go for a drive up the country." "Oh, Mr. Bell. But won't it be too much bother for you?" "Well, I reckon not. You want an excursion as well as other folks, and you shall have it." "Oh, thank you so much. Yes, I'll be ready. You don't know how much it means to me." "Poor little creature," said Mr. Bell as he drove away. "It's downright cruelty. That's what it is, to keep her pent up like that. You might as well coop up a lark in a henhouse and expect it to thrive and sing. I'd like to give that brother of hers a piece of my mind." When he lifted her up to the high seat of his express wagon that afternoon, he said, "Now I want you to do something. Just shut your eyes and don't open them again until I tell you to." Jessamine laughed and obeyed. Finally she heard him say, "Look." Jessamine opened her eyes with a little cry. They were on a remote country road, cool and dim and quiet, in the very heart of the beech woods. Long banners of light fell athwart the grey boles. Along the roadside grew sheets of feathery ferns. Above, the sky was gloriously blue. The air was sweet with the wild woodsy smell of the forest. Jessamine lifted and clasped her hands in rapture. "Oh, how lovely!" "Don't you know where we're going?" said Mr. Bell delightedly. "Out to my farm at Pine Pastures. My aunt keeps house for me, and she'll be real glad to see you. You're just going to have a real good time this afternoon." They had a delightful drive to begin with, and presently Mr. Bell turned into a wide lane. "This is Cloverside Farm. I'm proud of it, I'll admit. There isn't a finer place in the county. What do you think of it?" "Oh, it is lovely. It is like home. Look at those great fields. I'd like to go and lie down in that clover." Mr. Bell lifted her from the wagon and marched her up a flowery garden path. "You shall do it, and everything else you want to. Here, Aunt, this is the young lady I spoke of. Make her at home, while I attend to the horses." Miss Bell was a pleasant-faced woman, with silver hair and kind blue eyes. She took Jessamine's hand in a friendly fashion. "Come in, dear. You're welcome as a June rose." When Mr. Bell returned, he found Jessamine standing on the porch with her hands full of honeysuckle, and her cheeks pink with excitement. "I declare, you got roses already," he exclaimed. "If they'd only stay now, and not bleach out again. What's first now?" "Oh, I don't know. There are so many things I want to do. Those flowers in the garden are calling me, and I want to go down to the hollow and pick buttercups. And I want to stay right here and look at things." Mr. Bell laughed. "Come with me to the pasture and see my Jersey calves. They're something worth seeing. Come, Aunt. This way, Miss Stacy." He led the way down the lane, the two women following together. Jessamine thought she must be in a pleasant dream. The whole afternoon was a feast of delight to her starved heart. When the sunset came, she sat down, tired out but radiant, on the porch steps. Her hat had slipped back, and her hair was curling around her face. Her dark eyes were aglow. The roses still bloomed in her cheeks. Mr. Bell looked at her admiringly. If a man could see that pretty sight every night, he thought. And, great Scott, why can't he? What's to prevent, I'd like to know? When the moon rose, Mr. Bell brought his team around, and they drove back through the clear night, past the wonderful stillness of the great beech woods and the wide fields. The farmer looked sideways at his companion. "The little thing wants to be petted and looked after," he thought. "She's just pining away for home and love, and why can't she have it? She's dying by inches in that hole back in town." Jessamine, quite unsuspecting the farmer's meditations, was living over again in fancy the joys of the afternoon. The ramble in the pasture, the drink of water from the spring under the hillside pines, the bountiful, old-fashioned country supper in the vine-shaded dining room, the cup of new milk in the dairy at sunset, and all the glory of skies and meadows and trees. How could she go back to her cage again? The next week, Mr. Bell Sr. resumed his visits, and the young farmer came no more to the side door of number 49. Jessamine missed him greatly. Mr. Bell Sr. never brought her clover or honeysuckle. But one day his nephew suddenly reappeared. Jessamine opened the door for him, and her face lighted up, but Mr. Bell saw that she had been crying. "Did you think I had forgotten you?" he asked. "Not a bit of it. Harvest was on, and I couldn't get clear before. I've come to ask you when you intend to take another drive to Cloverside Farm. What have you been up to? You look as if you'd been working too hard." I haven't felt very well. I'm glad you came today, Mr. Bell. Perhaps I shall not see you again, and I wanted to say goodbye and thank you for all your kindness." "Goodbye? Why, where are you going?" "My brother went west a week ago," faltered Jessamine. She could not bring herself to tell the clear-eyed farmer that John Stacy had failed and had been obliged to start for the West without saying goodbye to his creditors. "His wife and I are going too, next week." "Oh, Jessamine!" exclaimed Mr. Bell in despair. "Don't go. You mustn't. I want you at Cloverside Farm. I came today on purpose to ask you. I love you, and I'll make you happy if you'll marry me. What do you say, Jessamine?" Jessamine, by way of answer, sat down on the nearest chair and began to cry. "Oh, don't," said the wooer in distress. "I didn't want to make you feel bad. If you don't like the idea, I won't mention it again." "Oh, it isn't that, but I thought nobody cared what became of me. You are so kind. I'm afraid I'd only be a bother to you." "I'll risk that. You shall have a happy home, little girl. Will you come to it?" "Yes." It was very indistinct and faltering, but Mr. Bell heard it, and considered it a most eloquent answer. Mrs. John fumed and sulked, and chose to consider herself hoodwinked and injured. But Mr. Bell was a resolute man, and a few days later he came for the last time to number 49, and took his bride away with him. As they drove through the beech woods, he put his arm tenderly around the shy, smiling little woman beside him, and said, "You'll never be sorry for this, my dear." And she never was. The Life Book of Uncle Jesse. Uncle Jesse. The name calls up the vision of him as I saw him so often in those 2 enchanted summers at Golden Gate. As I saw him the first time, when he stood in the open doorway of the little low-eaved cottage on the harbor shore, welcoming us to our new domicile with the gentle, unconscious courtesy that became him so well. A tall, ungainly figure, somewhat stooped, yet suggestive of great strength and endurance. A clean-shaven old face, deeply lined and bronzed. A thick mane of irony-grey hair, falling quite to his shoulders. And a pair of remarkably blue, deep-set eyes, which sometimes twinkled and sometimes dreamed, but oftener looked out seaward with a wistful question in them, as of one seeking something precious and lost. I was to learn one day what it was for which Uncle Jesse looked. It cannot be denied that Uncle Jesse was a homely man. His bare jaws, rugged mouth, and square brow were not fashioned on the lines of beauty. But though at first sight you thought him plain, you never thought anything more about it. The spirit shining through that rugged tenement beautified it so wholly. Uncle Jesse was quite keenly aware of his lack of outward comeliness, and lamented it, for he was a passionate worshipper of beauty in everything. He told Mother once that he'd rather like to be made over again and made handsome. "Folks say I'm good," he remarked whimsically, "but I sometimes wish the Lord had made me only half as good and put the rest of it into looks." But I reckon he knew what he was about, as a good captain should. Some of us have to be homely or purty ones, like Miss Mary there, wouldn't show up so well. I was not in the least pretty, but Uncle Jesse was always telling me I was, and I loved him for it. He told the fib so prettily and sincerely that he almost made me believe it for the time being, and I really think he believed it himself. All women were lovely and of good report in his eyes, because of one he had loved. The only time I ever saw Uncle Jesse really angered was when someone in his hearing cast an aspersion on the character of a shore girl. The wretched man who did it fairly cringed when Uncle Jesse turned on him with lightning of eye and thundercloud of brow. At that moment I no longer found it hard to reconcile Uncle Jesse's simple, kindly personality with the wild, adventurous life he had lived. We went to Golden Gate in the spring. Mother's health had not been good, and her doctor recommended sea air and quiet. Uncle James, when he heard it, proposed that we take possession of a small cottage at Golden Gate, to which he had recently fallen heir by the death of an old aunt who had lived in it. "I haven't been up to see it," he said, "but it is just as Aunt Elizabeth left it, and she was the pink of neatness. The key is in the possession of an old sailor living nearby. Jessie Boyd is the name, I think. I imagine you can be very comfortable in it. It is built right on the harbor shore, inside the bar, and it is within 5 minutes' walk of the outside shore." Uncle James's offer fitted in very opportunely with our limp family purse, and we straightway betook ourselves to Golden Gate. We telegraphed to Jessie Boyd to have the house opened for us, and one crisp spring day, when a rollicking wind was scudding over the harbor and the dunes, whipping the water into whitecaps and washing the sandshore with long lines of silvery breaks, we alighted at the little station and walked the half-mile to our new home, leaving our goods and chattels to be carted over in the evening by an obliging station agent's boy. Our first glimpse of Aunt Elizabeth's cottage was a delight to soul and sense. It looked so like a big grey seashell stranded on the shore. Between it and the harbor was only a narrow strip of shingle, and behind it was a gnarled and battered fir-wood where the winds were in the habit of harping all sorts of weird and haunting music. Inside it was to prove even yet more quaint and delightful, with its low, dark-beamed ceilings and square, deep-set windows by which, whether open or shut, sea breezes entered at their own sweet will. The view from our door was magnificent, taking in the big harbor and sweeps of purple hills beyond. The entrance of the harbor gave it its name, a deep, narrow channel between the bar of sand dunes on the one side and a steep, high, frowning red sandstone cliff on the other. We appreciated its significance the first time we saw a splendid golden sunrise flooding it, coming out of the wonderful sea and sky beyond, and billowing through that narrow passage in waves of light. Truly, it was a golden gate through which one might sail to fairy lands forlorn. As we went along the path to our little house, we were agreeably surprised to see a blue spiral of smoke curling up from its big square chimney. And the next moment, Uncle Jesse, we were calling him Uncle Jesse half an hour after we met him, so it seemed scarcely worthwhile to begin with anything else, came to the door. "Welcome, ladies," he said, holding out a big, hard but scrupulously clean hand. "I thought you'd be feeling a bit tired and hungry, maybe, so when I came over to open up, I put on a fire and brewed up a cup of tea. I just delight in being neighborly, and 'tain't often I have the chance." We found that Uncle Jesse's cup of tea meant a veritable spread. He had aired the little dining room, set out the table daintily with Aunt Elizabeth's china and linen. Know just where to put my hands on them. Often and often helped old Miss Kennedy wash 'em. We were cronies, her and me. I miss her terrible. And adorned it with mayflowers, which, as we afterwards discovered, he had tramped several miles to gather. There was good bread and butter, store biscuits, a dish of tea fit for the gods on high Olympus, and a platter of the most delicious sea trout, done to a turn. "Thought they'd be tasty after traveling," said Uncle Jesse. "They're fresh as trout can be, ma'am. 2 hours ago they were swimming in Johnson's pond yonder. I caught 'em. Yes, ma'am. It's about all I'm good for now, catching trout and cod occasionally. But 'tweren't always so, not by no manners of means. I used to do other things, as you'd admit if you saw my life book." I was so hungry and tired that I did not then rise to the bait of Uncle Jesse's life book. I simply wanted to begin on those trout. Mother insisted that Uncle Jesse sit down and help us eat the repast he had prepared, and he assented without undue coaxing. "Thank you kindly. 'Twill be a real treat. I mostly has to eat my meals alone, with the reflection of my ugly old phiz in a looking-glass opposite for company. 'Tisn't often I have the chance to sit down with two such sweet, purty ladies." Uncle Jesse's compliments look bald enough on paper, but he paid them with such gracious, gentle deference of tone and look, that the woman who received them felt that she was being offered a queen's gift in kingly fashion. He broke bread with us, and from that moment we were all friends together and forever. After we had eaten all we could, we sat at our table for an hour and listened to Uncle Jesse telling us stories of his life. "If I talk too much, you must just check me," he said seriously, but with a twinkle in his eyes. "When I get a chance to talk to anyone, I'm apt to run on terrible." He had been a sailor from the time he was 10 years old, and some of his adventures had such a marvelous edge that I secretly wondered if Uncle Jesse were not drawing a rather long bow at our credulous expense. But in this, as I found later, I did him injustice. His tales were all literally true, and Uncle Jesse had the gift of the born storyteller, whereby unhappy, far-off things can be brought vividly before the hearer and made to live again in all their pristine poignancy. Mother and I laughed and shivered over Uncle Jesse's tales, and once we found ourselves crying. Uncle Jesse surveyed our tears with pleasure shining out through his face like an illuminating lamp. "I like to make folks cry that way," he remarked. "It's a compliment, but I can't do justice to the things I have seen and helped do. I've got 'em all jotted down in my life book, but I haven't got the knack of writing them out properly. If I had, I could make a great book. If I had the knack of hitting on just the right words and stringing everything together proper on paper. But I can't. It's in this poor human critter." Uncle Jesse patted his breast sorrowfully, "but he can't get it out." When Uncle Jesse went home that evening, Mother asked him to come often to see us. "I wonder if you'd give that invitation if you knew how likely I'd be to accept it," he remarked whimsically. "Which is another way of saying you wonder if I meant it," smiled Mother. "I do, most heartily and sincerely." "Then I'll come. You'll likely be pestered with me at any hour, and I be proud to have you drop over to visit me now and then too. I live on that point yonder. Neither me nor my house is worth coming to see. It's only got one room and a loft, and a stovepipe sticking out of the roof for a chimney. But I've got a few little things lying around that I picked up in the queer corners I used to be poking my nose into. Maybe they'd interest you." Uncle Jesse's Few Little Things turned out to be the most interesting collection of curios I had ever seen. His one neat little living room was full of them, beautiful, hideous, or quaint, as the case might be, and almost all having some weird or exciting story attached. Mother and I had a beautiful summer at Golden Gate. We lived the life of two children with Uncle Jesse as playmate. Our housekeeping was of the simplest description, and we spent our hours rambling along the shores, reading on the rocks, or sailing over the harbor in Uncle Jesse's trim little boat. Every day we loved the simple-souled, true, manly old sailor more and more. He was as refreshing as a sea breeze, as interesting as some ancient chronicle. We never tired of listening to his stories, and his quaint remarks and comments were a continual delight to us. Uncle Jesse was one of those interesting and rare people who, in the picturesque phraseology of the shore folks, never speak, but they say something. The milk of human kindness and the wisdom of the serpent were mingled in Uncle Jesse's composition in delightful proportions. One day he was absent all day and returned at nightfall. Took a tramp back yonder. Back yonder with Uncle Jesse might mean the station hamlet or the city 100 miles away, or any place between. To carry Mr. Kimball a mess of trout. He likes one occasional, and it's all I can do for a kindness he did me once. I stayed all day to talk to him. He likes to talk to me, though he's an educated man, because he's one of the folks who's got to talk or they're miserable, and he finds listeners scarce around here. The folks fight shy of him, because they think he's an infidel. He ain't that far gone exactly. Few men is, I reckon, but he's what you might call a heretic. Heretics are wicked, but they're mighty interesting. It's just that they've got sort of lost, looking for God, being under the impression that he's hard to find, which he ain't, never. Most of them blunder to him after a while, I guess. I don't think listening to Mr. Kimball's arguments is likely to do me much harm. Mind you, I believe what I was brought up to believe. It saves a vast of trouble. And back of it all, God is good. The trouble with Mr. Kimball is, he's a little too clever. He thinks he's bound to live up to his cleverness, and that it's smarter to thrash out some new way of getting to heaven than to go by the old track the common, ignorant folks is traveling. But he'll get there sometime, all right. And then he'll laugh at himself. Nothing ever seemed to put Uncle Jesse out or depress him in any way. I've kind of contracted a habit of enjoying things, he remarked once, when Mother had commented on his invariable cheerfulness. It's got so chronic that I believe I even enjoy the disagreeable things. It's great fun thinking they can't last. Old rheumatis, I says, when it grips me hard, you've got to stop aching sometime. The worse you are, the sooner you'll stop, perhaps. I'm bound to get the better of you in the long run, whether in the body or out of the body. Uncle Jesse seldom came to our house without bringing us something, even if it were only a bunch of sweetgrass. I favor the smell of sweetgrass, he said. It always makes me think of my mother. She was fond of it. Not that I knows on. Dunno's she ever saw any sweetgrass. No, it's because it has a kind of motherly perfume. Not too young, you understand, something kind of seasoned and wholesome and dependable, just like a mother. Uncle Jesse was a very early riser. He seldom missed the sunrise. "I've seen all kinds of sunrises come in through that there gate," he said dreamily one morning when I myself had made a heroic effort at early rising, and joined him on the rocks halfway between his house and ours. "I've been all over the world, and, take it all in all, I've never seen a finer sight than a summer sunrise out there beyond the gate. A man can't pick his time for dying, Mary. Just got to go when the captain gives his sailing orders. But if I could, I'd go out when the morning comes, in there at the gate. I've watched it a many times and thought what a thing it would be to pass out through that great white glory to whatever was waiting beyond, on a sea that ain't mapped out on any earthly chart. I think, Mary, I'd find lost Margaret there." He had already told me the story of lost Margaret, as he always called her. He rarely spoke of her, but when he did, his love for her trembled in every tone. A love that had never grown faint or forgetful. Uncle Jesse was 70. It was 50 years since lost Margaret had fallen asleep one day in her father's dory and drifted, as was supposed, for nothing was ever known certainly of her fate, across the harbor and out of the gate, to perish in the black thunder squall that had come up suddenly that long ago afternoon. But to Uncle Jesse those 50 years were but as yesterday when it is past. "I walked ashore for months after that," he said sadly, "looking to find her dear, sweet little body. But the sea never gave her back to me. But I'll find her sometime. I wished I could tell you just how she looked, but I can't. I've seen a fine silvery mist hanging over the gate at sunrise that seemed like her, and then again I've seen a white birch in the woods back yonder that make me think of her. She had pale brown hair, and a little white face, and long slender fingers, like yours, Mary, only browner, for she was a shore girl. Sometimes I wake up in the night and hear the sea calling to me in the old way, and it seems as if lost Margaret called in it. And when there's a storm and the waves are sobbing and moaning, I hear her lamenting among them. And when they laugh on a gay day, it's her laugh, lost Margaret's sweet little laugh. The sea took her from me, but some day I'll find her, Mary. It can't keep us apart forever." I had not been long at Golden Gate before I saw Uncle Jesse's lifebook, as he quaintly called it. He needed no coaxing to show it, and he proudly gave it to me to read. It was an old leather-bound book, filled with the record of his voyages and adventures. I thought what a veritable treasure trove it would be to a writer. Every sentence was a nugget. In itself, the book had no literary merit. Uncle Jesse's charm of storytelling failed him when he came to pen and ink. He could only jot down roughly the outlines of his famous tales, and both spelling and grammar were sadly askew. But I felt that if anyone possessing the gift could take that simple record of a brave, adventurous life, reading between the bald lines the tale of dangers, staunchly faced, and duties manfully done, a wonderful story might be made from it. Pure comedy and thrilling tragedy were both lying hidden in Uncle Jesse's lifebook, waiting for the touch of the magician's hand to awaken the laughter and grief and horror of thousands. I thought of my cousin, Robert Kennedy, who juggled with words in a masterly fashion, but complained that he found it hard to create incidents or characters. Here were both ready to his hand, but Robert was in Japan in the interests of his paper. In the fall, when the harbor lay black and sullen under November skies, Mother and I went back to town, parting with Uncle Jesse regretfully. We wanted him to visit us in town during the winter, but he shook his head. "It's too far away, Mary. If lost Margaret called me, I mightn't hear her there. I must be here when my time comes. It can't be very far off now." I wrote often to Uncle Jesse through the winter and sent him books and magazines. He enjoyed them, but he thought, and truly enough, that none of them came up to his lifebook for real interest. If my lifebook could be took and writ by someone that knew how, it would beat them holler, he wrote in one of his few letters to me. In the spring, we returned joyfully to Golden Gate. It was as golden as ever, and the harbor as blue. The winds still rollicking as gaily and sweetly, and the breakers boomed outside the bar, as of yore. All was unchanged, save Uncle Jesse. He had aged greatly and seemed frail and bent. After he had gone home from his first call on us, Mother cried. "Uncle Jesse will soon be going to seek lost Margaret," she said. In June, Robert came. I took him promptly over to see Uncle Jesse, who was very much excited when he found that Robert was a real writing man. "Robert wants to hear some of your stories, Uncle Jesse," I said. "Tell him the one about the captain who went crazy and imagined he was the Flying Dutchman." This was Uncle Jesse's best story. It was a compound of humor and horror, and though I had heard it several times, I laughed as heartily and shivered as fearsomely over it as Robert did. Other tales followed. Uncle Jesse told how his vessel had been run down by a steamer, how he had been boarded by Malay pirates, how his ship had caught fire, how he had helped a political prisoner escape from a South American republic. He never said a boastful word, but it was impossible to help seeing what a hero the man had been. Brave, true, resourceful, unselfish, skillful. He sat there in his poor little room and made those things live again for us. By a lift of the eyebrow, a twist of the lip, a gesture, a word, he painted some whole scene or character so that we saw it as it was. Finally, he lent Robert his lifebook. Robert sat up all night reading it and came to the breakfast table in great excitement. "Mary, this is a wonderful book. If I could take it and grab it properly, work it up into a systematic whole, and string it on the thread of Uncle Jesse's romance to lost Margaret, it would be the novel of the year. Do you suppose he would let me do it?" "Let you? I think he would be delighted," I answered, and he was. He was as excited as a schoolboy over it. At last, his cherished dream was to be realized and his lifebook given to the world. "We'll collaborate," said Robert. "You will give the soul and I the body. Oh, we'll write a famous book between us, Uncle Jesse, and we'll get right to work." Uncle Jesse was a happy man that summer. He looked upon the little back room we gave up to Robert for a study as a sacred shrine. Robert talked everything over with Uncle Jesse, but would not let him see the manuscript. "You must wait till it is published," he said. "Then you'll get it all at once in its best shape." Robert delved into the treasures of the lifebook and used them freely. He dreamed and brooded over lost Margaret until she became a vivid reality to him and lived in his pages. As the book progressed, it took possession of him, and he worked at it with feverish eagerness. He let me read the manuscript and criticize it, and the concluding chapter of the book, which the critics later on were pleased to call idyllic, was modeled after my suggestions, so that I felt as if I had a share in it too. It was autumn when the book was finished. Robert went back to town, but Mother and I decided to stay at Golden Gate all winter. We loved the spot, and, besides, I wished to remain for Uncle Jesse's sake. He was failing all the time, and after Robert went and the excitement of the book-making was past, he failed still more rapidly. His tramping expeditions were over, and he seldom went out in his boat. Neither did he talk a great deal. He liked to come over and sit silently for hours at our seaward window, looking out wistfully toward the gate, with his swiftly whitening head leaning on his hand. The only keen interest he still had was in Robert's book. He waited and watched impatiently for its publication. "I want to live till I see it," he said. "Just that long. Then I'll be ready to go." He said it would be out in the spring. "I must hang on till it comes, Mary." There were times when I doubted sadly if he would hang on. As the winter wore away, he grew frailer and frailer. But ever he looked forward to the coming of spring and the book, his book, transformed and glorified. One day, in young April, the book came at last. Uncle Jesse had gone to the post office faithfully, every day for a month, expecting it, but this day he was too feeble to go, and I went for him. The book was there. It was called simply The Life Book of Jessie Boyd, and on the title page the names of Robert Kennedy and Jessie Boyd were printed as collaborators. I shall never forget Uncle Jesse's face as I handed it to him. I came away and left him reading it, oblivious to all else. All night the light burned in his window, and I looked out across the sands to it and pictured the delight of the old man poring over the printed pages, whereon his own life was portrayed. I wondered how he would like the ending I had suggested. I was never to know. After breakfast, I went over to Uncle Jesse's house, taking some little delicacy Mother had cooked for him. It was an exquisite morning, full of delicate spring tints and sounds. The harbor was sparkling and dimpling like a girl. The winds were playing hide-and-seek roguishly among the stunted firs, and the silver-flashing gulls were soaring over the bar. Beyond the gate was a shining, wonderful sea. When I reached the little house on the point, I saw the lamp still burning vainly in the window. A quick alarm struck at my heart. Without waiting to knock, I lifted the latch and entered. Uncle Jesse was lying on the old sofa by the window, with the book clasped to his heart. His eyes were closed, and on his face was a look of the most perfect peace and happiness. The look of one who has long sought and found at last. We could not know at what hour he had died, but somehow I think he had his wish and went out when the morning came in through the Golden Gate. Out on that shining tide his spirit drifted, over the sunrise sea of pearl and silver, to the haven where lost Margaret waited, beyond the storms and calms. Uncle Richard's New Year's Dinner. Prissy Baker was in Oscar Miller's store New Year's morning, buying matches. For New Year's was not kept as a business holiday in Quincy, when her uncle, Richard Baker, came in. He did not look at Prissy, nor did she wish him a Happy New Year. She would not have dared. Uncle Richard had not been on speaking terms with her or her father, his only brother, for 8 years. He was a big, ruddy, prosperous-looking man, an uncle to be proud of, Prissy thought wistfully. If only he were like other people's uncles, or, indeed, like what he used to be himself. He was the only uncle Prissy had, and when she had been a little girl, they had been great friends, but that was before the quarrel, in which Prissy had had no share, to be sure, although Uncle Richard seemed to include her in his rancor. Richard Baker, so he informed Mr. Miller, was on his way to Navarre with a load of pork. "I didn't intend going over until the afternoon," he said, "but Joe Hemming sent word yesterday he wouldn't be buying pork after 12 today. So I have to tote my hogs over at once. I don't care about doing business New Year's morning." "Should think New Year's would be pretty much the same as any other day to you," said Mr. Miller, for Richard Baker was a bachelor, with only old Mrs. Janeway to keep house for him. "Well, I always like a good dinner on New Year's," said Richard Baker. "It's about the only way I can celebrate. Mrs. Janeway wanted to spend the day with her son's family over at Oriental, so I was laying out to cook my own dinner. I got everything ready in the pantry last night, for I got word about the pork. I won't get back from Navarre before 1 o'clock, so I reckon I'll have to put up with a cold bite." After her Uncle Richard had driven away, Prissy walked thoughtfully home. She had planned to spend a nice, lazy holiday with the new book her father had given her at Christmas and a box of candy. She did not even mean to cook a dinner, for her father had had to go to town that morning to meet a friend and would be gone the whole day. There was nobody else to cook dinner for. Prissy's mother had died when Prissy was a baby. She was her father's housekeeper, and they had jolly times together. But as she walked home, she could not help thinking about Uncle Richard. He would certainly have cold New Year cheer, enough to chill the whole coming year. She felt sorry for him, picturing him returning from Navarre, cold and hungry, to find a fireless house and an uncooked dinner in the pantry. Suddenly, an idea popped into Prissy's head. Dared she? Oh, she never could. But he would never know. There would be plenty of time. She would. Prissy hurried home, put her matches away, took a regretful peep at her unopened book, then locked the door and started up the road to Uncle Richard's house 1/2 a mile away. She meant to go and cook Uncle Richard's dinner for him, get it all beautifully ready, then slip away before he came home. He would never suspect her of it. Prissy would not have him suspect for the world. She thought he would be more likely to throw a dinner of her cooking out of doors than to eat it. 8 years before this, when Prissy had been 9 years old, Richard and Irving Baker had quarreled over the division of a piece of property. The fault had been mainly on Richard's side, and the very fact made him all the more unrelenting and stubborn. He had never spoken to his brother since, and he declared he never would. Prissy and her father felt very badly over it, but Uncle Richard did not seem to feel badly at all. To all appearance, he had completely forgotten that there were such people in the world as his brother Irving and his niece Prissy. Prissy had no trouble in breaking into Uncle Richard's house, for the woodshed door was unfastened, and she tripped into the hostile kitchen with rosy cheeks and mischief sparkling in her eyes. This was an adventure. This was fun. She would tell her father all about it when he came home at night, and what a laugh they would have. There was still a good fire in the stove, and in the pantry Prissy found the dinner in its raw state, a fine roast of fresh pork, potatoes, cabbage, turnips, and the ingredients of a raisin pudding, for Richard Baker was fond of raisin puddings, and could make them as well as Mrs. Janeway could, if that was anything to boast of. In a short time, the kitchen was full of bubbling and hissing and appetizing odors. Prissy enjoyed herself hugely, and the raisin pudding, which she rather doubtfully mixed up, behaved itself beautifully. Uncle Richard said he'd be home by 1, said Prissy to herself, as the clock struck 12. So I'll set the table now, dish up the dinner, and leave it where it will keep warm until he gets here, and then I'll slip away home. I'd like to see his face when he steps in. I suppose he'll think one of the Jenner girls across the street has cooked his dinner. Prissy soon had the table set, and she was just peppering the turnips when a gruff voice behind her said, "Well, well, what does this mean?" Prissy whirled around as if she had been shot, and there stood Uncle Richard in the woodshed door. Poor Prissy! She could not have looked or felt more guilty if Uncle Richard had caught her robbing his desk. She did not drop the turnips for a wonder, but she was too confused to set them down. So she stood there holding them, her face crimson, her heart thumping, and a horrible choking in her throat. I came up to cook your dinner for you, Uncle Richard," she stammered. "I heard you say in the store that Mrs. Janeway had gone home, and that you had nobody to cook your New Year's dinner for you, so I thought I'd come and do it, but I meant to slip away before you came home." Poor Prissy felt that she would never get to the end of her explanation. Would Uncle Richard be angry? Would he order her from the house? "It was very kind of you," said Uncle Richard dryly. "It's a wonder your father let you come." "Father was not home, but I am sure he would not have prevented me if he had been. Father has no hard feelings against you, Uncle Richard." "Ah," said Uncle Richard. "Well, since you've cooked the dinner, you must stop and help me eat it. It smells good, I must say. Mrs. Janeway always burns pork when she roasts it. Sit down, Prissy. I'm hungry." They sat down. Prissy felt quite giddy and breathless, and could hardly eat for excitement. But Uncle Richard had evidently brought home a good appetite from Navarre, and he did full justice to his New Year's dinner. He talked to Prissy too, quite kindly and politely, and when the meal was over, he said slowly, "I'm much obliged to you, Prissy, and I don't mind owning to you that I'm sorry for my share in the quarrel, and have wanted for a long time to be friends with your father again. but I was too ashamed and proud to make the first advance. You can tell him so for me if you like, and if he's willing to let bygones be bygones. Tell him I'd like him to come up here with you tonight when he gets home and spend the evening with me." "Oh, he will come, I know," cried Prissy joyfully. "He has felt so badly about not being friendly with you, Uncle Richard. I'm as glad as can be." Prissy ran impulsively around the table and kissed Uncle Richard. He looked up at his tall, girlish niece with a smile of pleasure. "You're a good girl, Prissy, and a kind-hearted one, too, or you'd never have come up here to cook a dinner for a crabbed old uncle, who deserved to eat cold dinners for his stubbornness. It made me cross today when folks wished me a Happy New Year. It seemed like mockery when I hadn't a soul belonging to me to make it happy. But it has brought me happiness already, and I believe it will be a happy year all the way through." "Indeed it will," laughed Prissy. "I'm so happy now I could sing." "I believe it was an inspiration, my idea of coming up here to cook your dinner for you. You must promise to come and cook my New Year's dinner for me every New Year we live near enough together," said Uncle Richard. And Prissy promised. White Magic. One September afternoon, in the year of grace 1840, Avery and Janet Sparhallow were picking apples in their Uncle Daniel Sparhallow's big orchard. It was an afternoon of mellow sunshine. About them, beyond the orchard, were old harvest fields, mellowly bright and serene. And beyond the fields, the sapphire curve of the St. Lawrence Gulf was visible through the groves of spruce and birch. There was a soft whisper of wind in the trees, and the pale purple asters that feathered the orchard grass swayed gently towards each other. Janet Sparhallow, who loved the outdoor world and its beauty, was, for the time being at least, very happy, as her little brown face with its fine satiny skin plainly showed. Avery Sparhallow did not seem so happy. She worked rather abstractedly and frowned oftener than she smiled. Avery Sparhallow was conceded to be a beauty, and had no rival in Burnley Beach. She was very pretty, with the obvious, indisputable prettiness of rich black hair, vivid, certain color, and laughing, brilliant eyes. Nobody ever called Janet a beauty, nor even thought her pretty. She was only 17, 5 years younger than Avery, and was rather lanky and weedy, with a rope of straight dark brown hair, long, narrow, shining brown eyes, and very black lashes, and a crooked, clever little mouth. She had visitations of beauty when excited, because then she flushed deeply, and color made all the difference in the world to her. But she had never happened to look in the glass when excited, so that she had never seen herself beautiful, and hardly anybody else had ever seen her so, because she was always too shy and awkward and tongue-tied in company to feel excited over anything. Yet very little could bring that transforming flush to her face. A wind of the Gulf, a sudden glimpse of blue upland, a flame-red poppy, a baby's laugh, a certain footstep. As for Avery Sparhallow, she never got excited over anything, not even her wedding dress, which had come from Charlottetown that day, and was incomparably beyond anything that had ever been seen in Burnley Beach before. For it was made of an apple-green silk, sprayed over with tiny rosebuds, which had been specially sent for to England, where Aunt Matilda Sparhallow had a brother in the silk trade. Avery Sparhallow's wedding dress was making far more of a sensation in Burnley Beach than her wedding itself was making, for Randall Burnley had been dangling after her for 3 years, and everybody knew that there was nobody for Sparhallow to marry except a Burnley, and nobody for Burnley to marry except a Sparhallow. Only one silk dress, and I want a dozen, Avery had said scornfully. What would you do with a dozen silk dresses on a farm? Janet asked wonderingly. Oh, what indeed, agreed Avery with an impatient laugh. Randall will think just as much of you in drugget as in silk, said Janet, meaning to comfort. Again, Avery laughed. That is true. Randall never notices what a woman has on. I like a man who does notice, and tells me about it. I like a man who likes me better in silk than in drugget. I will wear this rosebud silk when I am married, and it will be supposed to last me the rest of my life and be worn on all state occasions, and in time become an heirloom like Aunt Matilda's hideous blue satin. I want a new silk dress every month. Janet paid little attention to this kind of raving. Avery had always been more or less discontented. She would be content enough after she was married. Nobody could be discontented who was Randall Burnley's wife. Janet was sure of that. Janet liked picking apples. Avery did not like it, but Aunt Matilda had agreed that the red apples should be picked that afternoon, and Aunt Matilda's word was law at the Sparhallow farm, even for willful Avery. So they worked and talked as they worked, of Avery's wedding, which was to be as soon as Bruce Gordon should arrive from Scotland. I wonder what Bruce will be like, said Avery. It is 8 years since he went home to Scotland. He was 16 then. He will be 24 now. He went away a boy. He will come back a man. I don't remember much about him, said Janet. I was only 9 when he went away. He used to tease me. I do remember that. There was a little resentment in her voice. Janet had never liked being teased. Avery laughed. You were so touchy, Janet. Touchy people always get teased. Bruce was very handsome, and as nice as he was handsome. Those 2 years he was here were the nicest, gayest time I ever had. I wish he had stayed in Canada, but of course he wouldn't do that. His father was a rich man, and Bruce was ambitious. Oh, Janet, I wish I could live in the old land. That would be life. Janet had heard all this before, and could not understand it. She had no hankering for either Scotland or England. She loved the new land and its wild, virgin beauty. She yearned to the future, never to the past. I'm tired of Burnley Beach, Avery went on passionately. shaking apples wildly off a laden bow by way of emphasis. I know all the people, what they are, what they can be. It's like reading a book for the 20th time. I know where I was born and who I'll marry, and where I'll be buried. That's knowing too much. All my days will be alike when I marry Randall. There will never be anything unexpected or surprising about them. I tell you, Janet, Avery seized another bough and shook it with a vengeance. I hate the very thought of it. The thought of what? Said Janet in bewilderment. Of marrying Randall Burnley, or marrying anybody down here, and settling down on a farm, for life. Then Avery sat down on the rung of a ladder, and laughed at Janet's face. You look stunned, Janet. Did you really think I wanted to marry Randall? Janet was stunned, and she did think that. How could any girl not want to marry Randall Burnley if she had the chance? Don't you love him? She asked stupidly. Avery bit into a nut-sweet apple. No, she said frankly. Oh, I don't hate him, of course. I like him well enough. I like him very well, but we'll quarrel all our lives. Then what are you marrying him for? Asked Janet. Why, I'm getting on 22. All the girls of my age are married already. I won't be an old maid. And there's nobody but Randall. Nobody good enough for a Sparhallow, that is. You wouldn't want me to marry Ned Adams or John Buchanan, would you? No, said Janet, who had her full share of the Sparhallow pride. Well, then, of course, I must marry Randall. That's settled, and there's no use making faces over the notion. I'm not making faces, but I'm tired of hearing you talk as if you thought I adore him, and must be in the seventh heaven because I was going to marry him. You romantic child. Does Randall know you feel like this? Asked Janet in a low tone. No, Randall is like all men, vain and self-satisfied, and believes I'm crazy about him. It's just as well to let him think so, until we're safely married anyhow. Randall has some romantic notions too, and I'm not sure that he'd marry me if he knew, in spite of his 3 years' devotion. And I have no intention of being jilted 3 weeks before my wedding day. Avery laughed again and tossed away the core of her apple. Janet, who had been very pale, went crimson and lovely. She could not endure hearing Randall criticized. Vain and self-satisfied. When there was never a man less so. She was horrified to feel that she almost hated Avery. Avery, who did not love Randall. What a pity Randall didn't take a fancy to you instead of me, Janet, said Avery teasingly. Wouldn't you like to marry him, Janet? Wouldn't you now? No, cried Janet angrily. I just like Randall. I've liked him ever since that day when I was a little thing, and he came here and saved me from being shut up all day in that dreadful dark closet because I broke Aunt Matilda's blue cup, when I hadn't meant to break it. He wouldn't let her shut me up. He is like that. He understands. I want you to marry him because he wants you, and it isn't fair that you... Nothing is fair in this world, child. Is it fair that I, who am so pretty, you know I'm pretty, Janet, and who love life and excitement, should have to be buried on a P.E. Island farm all my days? or else be an old maid because a Sparhallow mustn't marry beneath her. Come, Janet, don't look so woebegone. I wouldn't have told you if I thought you'd take it so much to heart. I'll be a good wife to Randall, never fear, and I'll keep him up to the notch of prosperity much better than if I thought him a little lower than the angels. It doesn't do to think a man perfection, Janet, because he thinks so too, and when he finds someone who agrees with him, he is inclined to rest on his oars. At any rate, you don't care for anyone else, said Janet hopefully. Not I. I like Randall as well as I like anybody. Randall won't be satisfied with that, muttered Janet. But Avery did not hear her, having picked up her basket of apples and gone. Janet sat down on the lower rung of the ladder and gave herself up to an unpleasant reverie. Oh, how the world had changed in half an hour. She had never been so worried in her life. She was so fond of Randall. She had always been fond of him. Why, he was just like a brother to her. She couldn't possibly love a brother more. And Avery was going to hurt him. It would hurt him horribly when he found out she did not love him. Janet could not bear the thought of Randall being hurt. It made her fairly savage. He must not be hurt. Avery must love him. Janet could not understand why she did not. Surely everybody must love Randall. It had never occurred to Janet to ask herself, as Avery had asked, if she would like to marry Randall. Randall could never fancy her. A little plain brown thing, only half grown. Nobody could think of her beside beautiful, red-faced Avery. Janet accepted this fact unquestioningly. She had never been jealous. She only felt that she wanted Randall to have everything he wanted. To be perfectly happy. Why, it would be dreadful if he did not marry Avery, if he went and married some other girl. She would never see him then, never have any more delightful talks with him about all the things they both loved so much. Winds and delicate dawns, mysterious woods in moonlight and starry midnights, silver-white sails, going out of the harbor in the magic of morning, and the grey of gulf storms. There would be nothing in life. It would just be one great, unbearable emptiness. For she herself would never marry. There was nobody for her to marry, and she didn't care. If she could have Randall for a real brother, she would not mind a bit being an old maid. And there was that beautiful new frame house Randall had built for his bride, which she, Janet, had helped him build, because Avery would not condescend to details of pantry and linen closet and cupboards. Janet and Randall had had such fun over the cupboards. No stranger must ever come to be mistress of that house. Randall must marry Avery, and she must love him. Could anything be done to make her love him? I believe I'll go and see Granny Thomas, said Janet desperately. She thought this was a silly idea, but it still haunted her and would not be shaken off. Granny Thomas was a very old woman who lived at Burnley Cove, and was reputed to be something of a witch. That is, people who were not Sparhallows or Burnleys gave her that name. Sparhallows or Burnleys, of course, were above believing in such nonsense. Janet was above believing it, but still. The sailors alongshore were careful to keep on the good side of Granny Thomas, lest she brew an unfavorable wind for them, and there was much talk of love potions. Janet knew that people said Peggy Buchanan would never have got Jack McCloud if Granny had not given her a love potion. Jack had never looked at Peggy, though she was after him for years, and then, all at once, he was quite mad about her, and married her, and wore her life out with jealousy. And Peggy, the homeliest of all the Buchanan girls. There must be something in it, and Janet made a sudden desperate resolve. She would go to Granny and ask her for a love potion to make Avery love Randall. If Granny couldn't do any good, she couldn't do any harm. Janet was a little afraid of her and had never been near her house. But what wouldn't she do for Randall? Janet never lost much time in carrying out any resolution she made. The next afternoon she slipped away to visit Granny Thomas. She put on her longest dress and did her hair up for the first time. Granny must not think her a child. She rowed herself down to the long pond, to the row of golden-brown sand dunes that parted it from the Gulf. It was a wonderful autumn day. There were wild growths and colors and scents in sweet procession all around the pond. Every curve in it revealed some little whim of loveliness. On the left bank, in a grove of birch, was Randall's new house, waiting to be sanctified by love and joy and birth. Janet loved to be alone thus with the delightful day. She was sorry when she had walked over the stretch of windy, weedy sea fields and reached Granny's little tumble-down house at the cove. Sorry and a little frightened as well, but only a little. There was good stuff in Janet. She lifted the latch boldly and walked in when Granny bade. Granny was curled up on a stool by her fireplace, and if ever anybody did look like a witch, she did. She waved her pipe at another stool, and Janet sat down, gazing a little curiously at Granny, whom she had never seen at such close quarters before. "Will I look like that when I am very old?" she thought, beholding Granny's wizened, marvelously wrinkled face. "I wonder if anybody will be sorry when you die." "Staring wasn't thought good manners in my time," said Granny. Then, as Janet blushed crimson under the rebuke, she added, "Keep red like that instead of white, and you won't need no love ointment." Janet felt a little cold thrill. How did Granny know what she had come for? Was she a real witch after all? For a moment she wished she hadn't come. Perhaps it was not right to tamper with the powers of darkness. Peggy Buchanan was notoriously unhappy. If Janet had known how to get herself away, she would have gone without asking for anything. Then a sound came from the lean-to behind the house. "I hear the devil grunting like a pig," muttered Granny, looking very impish. But Janet smiled a little contemptuously. She knew it was a pig and no devil. Granny Thomas was only an old fraud. Her awe passed away and left her cool spa hollow. "Can you," she said with her own directness, "make a person care for another person, care very much?" Granny removed her pipe and chuckled. "What you want is toad ointment," she said. "Toad ointment?" Janet shuddered. That did not sound very nice. Granny noticed the shudder. "Nothing like it," she said, nodding her crone-like old grey head. "There's other things, but none so sure. Put a little bit, oh, such a little bit, on his eyelids, and he's yourn for life. You need something powerful. You're known so pretty, only when you're blushing. Janet was blushing again. So Granny thought she wanted the charm for herself. Well, what did it matter? Randall was the only one to be considered. Is it very expensive? She faltered. She had not much money. Money was no plentiful thing on a PEI farm in 1840. Oh, no, Granny leered. I don't sell it. I gives it. I like to see young folks happy. You don't need much, as I've said. Just a little smooch, and you'll have your man, and send old Granny a bite of the wedding cake, and figure baccy for luck, and a bid to the fair's christening. Don't forget that, dearie. Janet was cold again with anger. She hated old Granny Thomas. She would never come near her again. I'd rather pay you its worth, she said coldly. You couldn't, dearie. What money could be enough for such a treasure? But that's the Sparhallow pride. Well, go. See if the Sparhallow pride and the Sparhallow money will buy you your lad's love. Granny looked so angry that Janet hastened to appease her. Oh, please forgive me. I meant no offense. Only it must have cost you much trouble to make it. Granny chuckled again. She was vastly pleased to see a Sparhallow suing to her. A Sparhallow. Toads am cheap, she said. It's all in the knowing how and the time of the moon. Here, take this little pillbox. There's enough in it, and put a little bit on the eyelids when you've gotten the chance. And when he looks at you, he'll love you. Mind you, though, that he looks at no other first. It's the first one he sees that he'll love. That's the way it works. Thank you. Janet took the little box. She wished she dared to go at once. But perhaps this would anger Granny. Granny looked at her with a twinkle in her little, incredibly old eyes. Be off, she said. You're in a hurry to go. You're as proud as any of the proud Sparhallows. But I bear you no grudge. I like proud people when they have to come to me to get help. Janet found herself outside with a relieved heart in her bosom and her little box in her hands. For a moment she was tempted to throw it away, but no. Randall would be so unhappy if he found out Avery didn't love him. She would try the ointment at least. She would try to forget about the toads, and not let herself think how it was made. Something might come of it. Janet hurried home along the shore, where a silvery wave broke in a little lovely silvery curve on the sand. She was so happy that her cheeks burned, and Randall Burnley, who was sitting on the edge of her flat when she reached the pond, looked at her with admiration. Janet dropped her box into her pocket stealthily when she saw him. What with her guilty secret, she hardly knew whether she was glad or not when he said he was going to row her up the pond. I saw you go down an hour ago, and I've been waiting ever since, he said. Where have you been? Oh, I just wanted a walk this lovely day, said Janet miserably. She felt that she was telling an untruth, and this hurt her horribly, especially when it was Randall. This was what came of truck with witches, and were led into falsehood and deception straight away. Again, Janet was tempted to drop Granny's pillbox into the depths of Burnley Pond, and again she decided not to, because she saw Randall Burnley's deep-set, blue-gray eyes that could look tender or sorrowful or passionate or whimsical as he willed, and thought how they would look when he found Avery did not love him. So Janet drowned the voice of conscience and was brazenly happy. Happy because Randall Burnley rowed her up the pond. Happy because he walked halfway home with her over the autumnal fields. Happy because he talked of the day and the sea and the golden weather, as only Randall could talk. But she thought she was happy because she had in her pocket what might make Avery love him. Randall went as far as the stile in the birch wood between the Burnley and the Sparhallow land, and he kept her there talking for another half-hour. And though he talked only of a book he had read and a new puppy he was training, Janet listened with her soul in her ears. She talked too, quite freely. She was never in the least shy or tongue-tied or awkward in Randall's company. There she was always at her best, with a delightful feeling of being understood. She wondered if he had noticed she had her hair done up. Her eyes shone and her brown face was full of rosy, kissable hues. When he finally turned away homeward, life went flat. Janet decided she was very tired after her long walk and her trying interview. But it did not matter, since she had her love potion. That was so much nicer a name than toad ointment. That night Janet rubbed mutton tallow on her hands, and she had never done that before. She had thought it vain and foolish, though Avery did it every night. But that afternoon on the pond, Randall had said something about the beautiful shape of her pretty slender hands. He had never paid her a compliment before. Her hands were brown and a little hard, not soft and white like Avery's. So Janet resorted to the mutton tallow. If one had a scrap of beauty, if only in one's hands, one might as well take care of it. Having got her ointment, the next thing was to make use of it. This was not so easy, because, in the first place, it must not be done when there was any danger of Avery's seeing some other than Randall first, and it must be done without Avery's knowing it. The two problems combined were almost too much for Janet. She bided her chance like a watchful cat, but it did not come. 2 weeks went by, and it had not come. Janet was getting very desperate. The wedding day was only a week away. The bride's cake was made, and the turkeys fattened. The invitations were sent out. Janet's own bridesmaid dress was ready, and still the little pillbox in the till of Janet's blue chest was unopened. She had never even opened it, lest virtue escape. Then her chance came at last, unexpectedly. One evening at dusk, when Janet was crossing the little dark upstairs hall, Aunt Matilda called up to her. "Janet, send Avery down. There is a young man wanting to see her." Aunt Matilda was laughing a little, as she always did when Randall came. It was a habit with her, hanging over from the early days of Randall's courtship. Janet went on into the room to tell Avery, and lo, Avery was lying asleep on her bed, tired out from her busy day. Janet, after one glance, flew to her chest. She took out her pillbox and opened it, a little fearfully. The toad ointment was there, dark and unpleasant enough to view. Janet tiptoed breathlessly to the bed and gingerly scraped the tip of her finger in the ointment. She said so little would be enough. Oh, I hope I'm not doing wrong. Trembling with excitement, she brushed lightly the white lids of Avery's eyes. Avery stirred and opened them. Janet guiltily thrust her pillbox behind her. "Randall is downstairs asking for you, Avery." Avery sat up, looking annoyed. She had not expected Randall that evening, and would greatly have preferred a continuance of her nap. She went down crossly enough, but looking very lovely, flushed from her sleep. Janet stood in their room, clasping her cold hands nervously over her breast. Would the charm work? Oh, she must know. She must know. She could not wait. After a few moments that seemed like years, she crept down the stairs and out into the dusk of the June-warm September night. Like a shadow, she slipped up to the open parlor window and looked cautiously in between the white muslin curtains. The next minute she had fallen on her knees in the mint bed. She wished she could die then and there. The young man in the parlor was not Randall Burnley. He was dark and smart and handsome. He was sitting on the sofa by Avery's side, holding her hands in his, smiling into her rosy, delighted, excited face. And he was Bruce Gordon. No doubt of that. Bruce Gordon, the expected cousin from Scotland. Oh, what have I done? What have I done? Moaned poor Janet, wringing her hands. She had seen Avery's face quite plainly, had seen the look in her eyes. Avery had never looked at Randall Burnley like that. Granny Thomas's abominable ointment had worked all right, and Avery had fallen in love with the wrong man. Janet, cold with horror and remorse, dragged herself up to the window again and listened. She must know. She must be sure. She could hear only a word here and there, but that word was enough. "I thought you promised to wait for me, Avery," Bruce said reproachfully. "You were so long in coming back, I thought you had forgotten me," cried Avery. "I think I did forget a little, Avery. I was such a boy. But now, well, thank heaven I haven't come too late." There was silence, and shameless Janet, peering over the window-sill, saw what she saw. It was enough. She crept away upstairs to her room. She was lying there across the bed when Avery swept in. A splendid, transfigured Avery, flushed triumphant. Janet sat up, pallid, tear-stained, and looked at her. "Janet," said Avery, "I'm going to marry Bruce Gordon next Wednesday night instead of Randall Burnley." Janet sprang forward and caught Avery's hand. "You must not," she cried wildly. "It's all my fault. Oh, if I could only die. I got the love ointment from Granny Thomas to rub on your eyes, to make you love the first man you would see. I meant it to be Randall. I thought it was Randall. Oh, Avery." Avery had been listening, between amazement and anger. Now, anger mastered amazement. "Janet Sparhallow," she cried, "are you crazy? Or do you mean that you went to Granny Thomas, you, a Sparhallow, and asked for a love philter to make me love Randall Burnley?" "I didn't tell her it was for you. She thought I wanted it for myself," moaned Janet. "Oh, we must undo it. I'll go to her again. No doubt she knows of some way to undo the spell." Avery, whose rages never lasted long, threw back her dark head and laughed ringingly. "Janet Sparhallow, you talk as if you lived in the Dark Ages. The idea of supposing that horrid old woman could give you love philters. Why, girl, I've always loved Bruce, always. But I thought he'd forgotten me. And tonight, when he came, I found he hadn't. There's the whole thing in a nutshell. I'm going to marry him and go home with him to Scotland." "And what about Randall?" said Janet, corpse white. "Oh, Randall pooh. Do you suppose I'm worrying about Randall? But you must go to him tomorrow and tell him for me, Janet." "I will not. I will not." "Then I'll tell him myself, and I'll tell him about you going to Granny," said Avery cruelly. "Janet, don't stand there looking like that. I have no patience with you. I shall be perfectly happy with Bruce. I would have been miserable with Randall. I know I shan't sleep a wink tonight. I'm so excited. Why, Janet, I'll be Mrs. Gordon of Gordon Bray, and I'll have everything heart can desire, and the man of my heart to boot. What has lanky Randall Burnley with his little 6-roomed house to set against that?" If Avery did not sleep, neither did Janet. She lay awake till dawn, suffering such misery as she had never endured in her life before. She knew she must go to Randall Burnley tomorrow and break his heart. If she did not, Avery would tell him what Janet had done, and he must not know that. He must not. Janet could not bear that thought. It was a pallid, dull-eyed Janet who went through the birch wood to the Burnley farm next afternoon, leaving behind her an excited household, where the sudden change of bridegrooms, as announced by Avery, had rather upset everybody. Janet found Randall working in the garden of his new house, setting out rose bushes for Avery. Avery, who was to jilt him at the very altar, so to speak. He came over to open the gate for Janet, smiling his dear smile. It was a dear smile. Janet caught her breath over the dearness of it, and she was going to bolt it off his face. She spoke out with plainness and directness. When you had to deal a mortal blow, why try to lighten it? Avery sent me to tell you that she's going to marry Bruce Gordon instead of you. He came last night, and she says that she had always liked him best. A very curious change came over Randall's face, but not the change Janet had expected to see. Instead of turning pale, Randall flushed, and instead of a sharp cry of pain and incredulity, Randall said in no uncertain tones, "Thank God." Janet wondered if she were dreaming. Granny Thomas's love potion seemed to have turned the world upside down. For Randall's arms were about her, and Randall was pressing his lean bronzen cheek to hers, and Randall was saying, "Now I can tell you, Janet, how much I love you." "Me? Me?" choked Janet. "You? Why, you're in the very core of my heart, girl. Don't tell me you can't love me. You can. You must. Why, Janet." For his eyes had caught and locked with hers for a minute. "You do." There were 5 minutes above which nobody can tell anything, for even Randall and Janet never knew clearly just what happened in those 5 minutes. Then Janet, feeling somehow as if she had died and then come back to life, found her tongue. "3 years ago you came courting Avery," she said reproachfully. 3 years ago you were a child. I did not think about you. I wanted a wife. And Avery was pretty. I thought I was in love with her. Then you grew up all at once, and we were such good friends. I never could talk to Avery. She wasn't interested in anything I said, and you have eyes that catch a man. I've always thought of your eyes, but I was honor-bound to Avery. I didn't dream you cared. You must marry me next Wednesday, Janet. We'll have a double wedding. You won't mind being married so soon? Oh, no, I won't mind, said Janet dazedly. Only, oh, Randall, I must tell you. I didn't mean to tell you. I'd have rather died, but now. I must tell you about it now, because I can't bear anything hidden between us. I went to old Granny Thomas and got a love ointment from her to make Avery love you, because I knew she didn't. And I wanted you to be happy, Randall. Don't. I can't talk when you do that. Do you think Granny's ointment could have made her care for Bruce? Randall laughed, the little low laugh of the triumphant lover. If it did, I'm glad of it. But I need no such ointment on my eyes to make me love you. You carry your filter in that elfin little face of yours, Janet. A Golden Wedding. The land dropped abruptly down from the gate, and a thick, shrubby growth of young apple orchard almost hid the little weather-grey house from the road. This was why the young man who opened the sagging gate could not see that it was boarded up, and did not cease his cheerful whistling until he had pressed through the crowding trees and found himself almost on the sunken stone doorstep over which in olden days honeysuckle had been wont to arch. Now only a few straggling, uncared-for vines clung forlornly to the shingles, and the windows were, as has been said, all boarded up. The whistle died on the young man's lips, and an expression of blank astonishment and dismay settled down on his face. A good, kindly, honest face it was, although perhaps it did not betoken any pronounced mental gifts on the part of its owner. "What can have happened?" he said to himself. "Uncle Tom and Aunt Sally can't be dead. I'd have seen their deaths in the paper if they was, and I'd have thought if they'd moved away it'd been printed too. They can't have been gone long. That flower bed must have been made up last spring. Well, this is a kind of setback for a fella. Here I've been tramping all the way from the station, a-thinking how good it would be to see Aunt Sally's sweet old face again, and hear Uncle Tom's laugh, and all I find is a boarded-up house going to seed. Suppose I might as well toddle over to Stetson's and inquire if they haven't disappeared too." He went through the old firs, back of the lot and across the field, to a rather shabby house beyond. A cheery-faced woman answered his knock, and looked at him in a puzzled fashion. "Have you forgotten me, Mrs. Stetson? Don't you remember Lavelle Stevens, and how you used to give him plum-tarts when he'd bring your turkeys home?" Mrs. Stetson caught both his hands in a hearty clasp. "I guess I haven't forgotten," she declared. "Well, well, and you were Lavelle. I think I ought to know your face. Though you've changed a lot. 15 years have made a big difference in you. Come right in. Pa, this is Lavelle. You mind Lavelle, the boy Aunt Sally and Uncle Tom had for years." "Reckon I do," drawled John Stetson with a friendly grin. "Ain't likely to forget some of the capers you used to be cutting up." You filled out considerable. Where have you been for the last 10 years? Aunt Sally fretted a lot over you, thinking you was dead or gone to the bad. Lavelle's face clouded. I know I ought to have written, he said repentantly, but you know I'm a terrible poor scholar, and I'd do most anything than try to write a letter. But where's Uncle Tom and Aunt Sally gone? Surely they ain't dead. No, said Jonah Stetson slowly. No, but I guess they'd rather be. They're in the poorhouse. The poorhouse? Aunt Sally in the poorhouse? Exclaimed Lavelle. Yes, and it's a burning shame, declared Mrs. Stetson. Aunt Sally's just breaking her heart from the disgrace of it. But it didn't seem as if it could be helped. Uncle Tom got so crippled with rheumatism he couldn't work, and Aunt Sally was too frail to do anything. They hadn't any relations, and there was a mortgage on the house. There wasn't any when I went away. No, they had to borrow money 6 years ago when Uncle Tom had his first spell of rheumatic fever. This spring it was clear that there was nothing for them but the poorhouse. They went 3 months ago, and terrible hard they took it, especially Aunt Sally. I felt awful about it myself. Jonah and I would have took them if we could, but we just couldn't. We've nothing but Jonah's wages, and we have 8 children and not a bit of spare room. I go over to see Aunt Sally as often as I can, and take her some little thing. But I don't know, she wouldn't rather not see anybody than see them in the poorhouse. Lavelle weighed his hat in his hands, and frowned over it reflectively. Who owns the house now? Peter Townley. He held the mortgage, and all the old furniture was sold too. And that most killed Aunt Sally. But do you know what she's fretting over most of all? She and Uncle Tom will have been married 50 years in a fortnight's time, and Aunt Sally thinks it's awful to have to spend their golden wedding anniversary in the poorhouse. She talks about it all the time. You're not going, Lavelle. For Lavelle had risen. You must stop with us, since your old home is closed up. We'll scare you up a shakedown to sleep on, and you're welcome as welcome. I haven't forgotten the time you caught Mary Ellen just as she was tumbling into the well. Thank you. I'll stay to tea, said Lavelle, sitting down again. But I guess I make my headquarters up at the station hotel, as long as I stay around here. It's kind of more central. Got on pretty well out west, eh? Queried Jonah. Pretty well for a fellow who had nothing but his 2 hands to depend on when he went out, said Lavelle cautiously. I've only been a laboring man, of course, but I've saved up enough to start a little store when I go back. That's why I've come east for a trip now, before I'd be tied down to business. I was hankering to see Aunt Sally and Uncle Tom once more. I'll never forget how kind and good they was to me. There I was when Dad died, a little sinner of 11, just heading for destruction. They give me a home and all the schooling I ever had, and all the love I ever got. It was Aunt Sally's teachings made as much a man of me as I am. I never forget 'em, and I've tried to live up to 'em. After tea, Lavelle said he thought he'd stroll up the road and pay Peter Townley a call. Jonah Stetson and his wife looked at each other when he had gone. Got something in his eye, nodded Jonah. Him and Peter weren't never much of friends. Maybe Aunt Sally's bread is coming back to her after all, said his wife. People used to be hard on Lavelle, but I always liked him, and I'm real glad he's turned out so well." Lavelle came back to the Stensons the next evening. In the interval, he had seen Aunt Sally and Uncle Tom. The meeting had been both glad and sad. Lavelle had also seen other people. "I've bought Uncle Tom's old house from Peter Townley," he said quietly, "and I want you folks to help me out with my plans. Uncle Tom and Aunt Sally ain't going to spend their golden wedding in the poorhouse. No, sir. They'll spend it in their own home with their old friends about them. But they are not to know anything about it till the very night. Do you suppose any of the old furniture could be got back?" "I believe every stick of it could," said Mrs. Stetson excitedly. "Most of it was bought by folks living handy, and I don't believe one of them would refuse to sell it back. Uncle Tom's old chair is here, to begin with. Aunt Sally gave me that herself. She said she couldn't bear to have it sold. Mrs. Isaac Appleby at the station bought a set of pink sprigged china, and James Parker bought the grandfather's clock, and the whatnot is at Stanton Gray's." For the next fortnight, Lavelle and Mrs. Stetson did so much traveling around together that Jonah said genially he might as well be a bachelor as far as meals and buttons went. They visited every house where a bit of Aunt Sally's belongings could be found. Very successful they were too, and at the end of their jaunting, the interior of the little house behind the apple trees looked very much as it had looked when Aunt Sally and Uncle Tom lived there. Meanwhile, Mrs. Stetson had been revolving a design in her mind, and one afternoon she did some canvassing, on her own account. The next time she saw Lavelle, she said, "We ain't going to let you do it all. The women folks around here are going to furnish the refreshments for the golden wedding, and the girls are going to decorate the house with goldenrod." The evening of the wedding anniversary came. Everybody in Blair was in the plot, including the matron of the poorhouse. That night, Aunt Sally watched the sunset over the hills through bitter tears. "I never thought I'd be celebrating my golden wedding in the poorhouse," she sobbed. Uncle Tom put his twisted hands on her shaking old shoulders. But before he could utter any words of comfort, Lavelle Stevens stood before them. "Just get your bonnet on, Aunt Sally," he cried jovially, "and both of you come along with me. I've got a buggy here for you, and you might as well say goodbye to this place, for you're not coming back to it any more." "Lavelle, oh, what do you mean?" said Aunt Sally tremulously. "I'll explain what I mean as we drive along. Hurry up, the folks are waiting." When they reached the little old house, it was all aglow with light. Aunt Sally gave a cry as she entered it. All her old household goods were back in their places. There were some new ones too, for Lavelle had supplied all that was lacking. The house was full of their old friends and neighbors. Mrs. Stetson welcomed them home again. "Oh, Tom," whispered Aunt Sally, tears of happiness streaming down her old face. "Oh, Tom, isn't God good?" They had a right royal celebration, and a supper such as the Blair housewives could produce. There were speeches and songs and tales. Lavelle kept himself in the background and helped Mrs. Stetson cut cake in the pantry all the evening. But when the guests had gone, he went to Aunt Sally and Uncle Tom, who were sitting by the fire. "Here's a little golden wedding present for you," he said awkwardly, putting a purse into Aunt Sally's hand. I reckon there's enough there to keep you from ever having to go to the poorhouse again. And if not, there'll be more where that comes from when it's done. There were 25 bright $20 gold pieces in the purse. "We can't take it, Lavelle," protested Aunt Sally. "You can't afford it." "Don't you worry about that," laughed Lavelle. "Out west, men don't think much of a little wad like that. I owe you far more than can be paid in cash, Aunt Sally. You must take it. I want to know there's a little home here for me, and 2 kind hearts in it, no matter where I roam." "God bless you," said Uncle Tom huskily. "You don't know what you've done for Sally and me." That night, when Lavelle went to the little bedroom off the parlor, for Aunt Sally, rejoicing in the fact that she was again mistress of a spare room, would not hear of his going to the station hotel. He gazed at his reflection in the gilt-framed mirror soberly. "You've just got enough left to pay your passage back west, old fellow," he said. "And then it's begin all over again, just where you begun before." But Aunt Sally's face was worth it all. "Yes, sir. And you've got your 2 hands still, and an old couple's prayers and blessings. Not such a bad capital, Lavelle. Not such a bad capital." The Tryst of the White Lady. "I wished you'd get married, Roger," said Catherine Ames. "I'm getting too old to work. 70 last April. And who's going to look after you when I'm gone? Get married, boy. Get married." Roger Temple winced. His aunt's harsh, disagreeable voice always jarred horribly on his sensitive nerves. He was fond of her, after a fashion, but always that voice made him wonder if there could be anything harder to endure. Then he gave a bitter little laugh. "Who'd have me, Aunt Catherine?" he asked. Catherine Ames looked at him critically across the supper table. She loved him in her way, with all her heart, but she was not in the least blind to his defects. She did not mince matters with herself or with other people. Roger was a sallow, plain-featured fellow, small and insignificant-looking. And, as if this were not bad enough, he walked with a slight limp, and had one thin shoulder, a little higher than the other. Jarback Temple, he had been called in school, and the name still clung to him. To be sure, he had very fine grey eyes, but their dreamy brilliance gave his dull face an uncanny look which girls did not like, and so made matters rather worse than better. Of course, looks didn't matter so much in the case of a man. Steve Miller was homely enough, and all marked up with smallpox to boot. Yet he got for wife the prettiest and smartest girl in South Bay. But Steve was rich. Roger was poor, and always would be. He worked a stony little farm, from which his father and grandfather had wrestled a fair living, after a fashion, but nature had not cut him out for a successful farmer. He hadn't the strength for it, and his heart wasn't in it. He'd rather be hanging over a book. Catherine secretly thought Roger's matrimonial chances very poor, but it would not do to discourage the boy. What he needed was spurring on. "You'll get someone if you don't fly too high," she announced loudly and cheerfully. "There's always a gal or two here and there that's glad to marry for a home. 'Tain't no use for you to be setting your thoughts on anyone young and pretty. You wouldn't get her, and you'd be worse off if you did. Your grandfather married for looks, and a nice useless wife he got. Sick half a time. Get a good strong girl that ain't afraid of work. That'll hold things together when you're reading poetry. That's as much as you can expect. And the sooner the better. I'm done. Last winter's rheumatis has about finished me, and we can't afford hired help." Roger felt as if his raw, quivering soul were being seared. He looked at his aunt curiously, at her broad, flat face with the mole on the end of her dumpy nose, the bristling hairs on her chin, the wrinkled yellow neck, the pale protruding eyes, the coarse, good-humored mouth. She was so extremely ugly, and he had seen her across the table all his life. For 25 years he had looked at her so. Must he continue to go on looking at ugliness in the shape of a wife all the rest of his life? He who worshipped beauty in everything. "Did my mother look like you, Aunt Catherine?" he asked abruptly. His aunt stared and snorted. Her snort was meant to express kindly amusement, but it sounded like derision and contempt. "Your ma wasn't so humly as me," she said cheerfully. "But she was no beauty either. None of the Temples was ever better looking than was necessary. We was workers. Your pa wasn't bad looking. You're humlier than either of them. Some ways you'd take after your grandma, though she was counted pretty at one time. She was yaller and spindler like you, and you've got her eyes. What you're so interested in your ma's looks all at once for?" "I was wondering," said Roger coolly, "if Father ever looked at her across the table and wished she were prettier." Catherine giggled. Her giggle was ugly and disagreeable, like everything else about her. Everything except a certain odd, loving, loyal old heart buried deep in her bosom, for the sake of which Roger endured the giggle and all the rest. They say he did, they say he did. Man always has a hankering for good looks, but you've got to cut your coat according to your cloth. As for your poor ma, she didn't live long enough to get as ugly as me. When I come here to keep house for your pa, folks said as it wouldn't be long for he married me. I wouldn't mind, but your pa never hinted it. Suppose he had enough of ugly women likely." Catherine snorted amiably again. Roger got up. He couldn't endure any more just then. He must escape. "Now, you think over what I've said," his aunt called after him. "You've got to get a wife soon, however ye manage it. 'Twon't be so hard if you're reasonable. Don't stay out as late as you did last night. You coughed all night. Where was ye? Down at the shore?" "No," said Roger, who always answered her questions even when he hated to. "I was down at Aunt Isabel's grave." "Till 11 o'clock? Ye ain't wise. I don't know what hankering ye have after that unchancy place. I ain't been near it for 20 years. I wonder ye ain't scared. What do ye think you'd do if ye saw a ghost?" Catherine looked curiously at Roger. She was very superstitious, and she believed firmly in ghosts. and saw no absurdity in her question. "I wish I could see it," said Roger, his great eyes flashing. He believed in ghosts too. At least in Isabel's temple's ghost. His uncle had seen it. His grandfather had seen it. He believed he would see it. The beautiful, bewitching, mocking, luring ghost of lovely Isabel Temple. "Don't wish such stuff," said Catherine. "Nobody ain't never the same after they've seen her." Was Uncle different? Roger had come back into the kitchen and was looking curiously at his aunt. Different. He was another man. He didn't even look the same. Such eyes. Always looking past ye at something behind ye. They'd give anyone creeps. He never had any notion of flesh and blood women after that. Said a man wouldn't after seeing Isabel. His life was plump ruined. Lucky he died young. I hated to be in the same room with him. He wasn't canny. That was all there was to it. You keep away from that brave. You don't want to look odder than ye are by nature. And when ye get married, you'll have to give up roaming about half the night in graveyards. A wife wouldn't put up with it as I've done. I'll never get as good a wife as you, Aunt Catherine, said Roger with a little whimsical smile that gave him the look of an amused gnome. Dessay you won't, but someone you have to have. Why'n't you try Lisa Adams? She might have you. She's getting on. Lisa Adams? That's what I said. You needn't repeat it. Lisa Adams, as if I mentioned a hippopotamus. I get out of patience with ye. I believe in my heart ye think you ought to get a wife that look like a picture. I do, Aunt Catherine. That's just the kind of wife I want. Grace and beauty and charm. Nothing less than that will ever content me. Roger laughed bitterly again and went out. It was sunset. There was no work to do that night, except to milk the cows, and his little homeboy could do that. He felt a glad freedom. He put his hand in his pocket to see if his beloved Wordsworth was there, and then he took his way across the fields, under a sky of purple and amber, walking quickly despite his limp. He wanted to get to some solitary place, where he could forget Aunt Catherine and her abominable suggestions, and escape into the world of dreams, where he habitually lived, and where he found the loveliness he had not found, nor could hope to find, in his real world. Roger's mother had died when he was 3, and his father when he was 8. His little, old, bedridden grandmother had lived until he was 12. He had loved her passionately. She had not been pretty in his remembrance. A tiny, shrunken, wrinkled thing, but she had beautiful grey eyes that never grew old, and a soft, gentle voice, the only woman's voice he had ever heard with pleasure. He was very critical as regards women's voices, and very sensitive to them. Nothing hurt him quite so much as an unlovely voice. Not even unloveliness of face. Her death had left him desolate. She was the only human being who had ever understood him. He could never, he thought, have got through his tortured school days without her. After she died, he would not go to school. He was not, in any sense, educated. His father and grandfather had been illiterate men, and he had inherited their undeveloped brain cells. But he loved poetry, and read all he could get of it. It overlaid his primitive nature with a curious iridescence of fancy, and furnished him with ideals and hungers his environment could never satisfy. He loved beauty in everything. Moonrises hurt him with their loveliness, and he could sit for hours gazing at a white narcissus, much to his aunt's exasperation. He was solitary by nature. He felt horribly alone in a crowded building, but never in the woods, or in the wild places along the shore. It was because of this that his aunt could not get him to go to church, which was a horror to her orthodox soul. He told her he would like to go to church, if it were empty, but he could not bear it when it was full of smug, ugly people. Most people, he thought, were ugly, though not so ugly as he was, and ugliness made him sick with repulsion. Now and then he saw a pretty girl at whom he liked to look, but he never saw one that wholly pleased him. To him, the homely, crippled, poverty-stricken Roger Temple, whom they all would have scorned, there was always a certain subtle something wanting, and the lack of it kept him heart-whole. He knew that this probably saved him from much suffering, but for all that he regretted it. He wanted to love, even vainly. He wanted to experience this passion of which the poets sang so much. Without it, he felt he lacked the key to a world of wonder. He even tried to fall in love. He went to church for several Sundays and sat where he could see beautiful Elsa Carey. She was lovely. It gave him pleasure to look at her. The gold of her hair was so bright and living, the pink of her cheek so pure, the curve of her neck so flawless, the lashes of her eyes so dark and silken. But he looked at her as at a picture. When he tried to think and dream of her, it bored him. Besides, he knew she had a rather nasal voice. He used to laugh sarcastically to himself over Elsa's feelings if she had known how desperately he was trying to fall in love with her and failing. Elsa, the Queen of Hearts, who believed she had only to look to reign. He gave up trying at last, but he still longed to love. He knew he would never marry. He could not marry plainness, and beauty would have none of him. But he did not want to miss everything, and he had moments when he was very bitter and rebellious because he felt he must miss it forever. He went straight to Isabel Temple's grave in the remote shore field of his farm. Isabel Temple had lived and died 80 years ago. She had been very lovely, very willful, very fond of playing with the hearts of men. She had married William Temple, the brother of his great-grandfather. And as she stood in her white dress beside her bridegroom, at the conclusion of the wedding ceremony, a jilted lover, crazed by despair, had entered the house and shot her dead. She had been buried in the shore field, where a square space had been diked off in the center for a burial lot because the church was then so far away. With the passage of years, the lot had grown up so thickly with fir and birch and wild cherry that it looked like a compact grove. A winding path led through it to its heart where Isabel Temple's grave was, thickly overgrown with long, silken pale green grass. Roger hurried along the path and sat down on the big grey boulder by the grave, looking about him with a long breath of delight. How lovely and witching and unearthly it was here. Little ferns were growing in the hollows and cracks of the big boulder where clay had lodged. Over Isabel Temple's crooked, lichened gravestone hung a young wild cherry in its delicate bloom. Above it, in a little space of sky left by the slender treetops, was a young moon. It was too dark here, after all, to read Wordsworth, but that did not matter. The place, with its moist air, its tang of fir balsam, was like a perfumed room where a man might dream dreams and see visions. There was a soft murmur of wind in the boughs over him, and the faraway moan of the sea on the bar crept in. Roger surrendered himself utterly to the charm of the place. When he entered that grove, he had left behind the realm of daylight and things known, and come into the realm of shadow and mystery and enchantment. Anything might happen. Anything might be true. 80 long years had come and gone, but Isabel Temple, thus cruelly torn from life at the moment when it had promised her most, did not even yet rest calmly in her grave. Such, at least, was the story, and Roger believed it. It was in his blood to believe it. The Temples were a superstitious family, and there was nothing in Roger's upbringing to correct the tendency. His was not a skeptical or scientific mind. He was ignorant and poetical and credulous. He had always accepted unquestioningly the tale that Isabel Temple had been seen on earth long after the red clay was heaped over her murdered body. Her bridegroom had seen her, when he went to visit her on the eve of his second and unhappy marriage. His grandfather had seen her. His grandmother, who had told him Isabel's story, had told him this too, and believed it. She had added, with a bitterness foreign to his idea of her, that her husband had never been the same to her afterwards. His uncle had seen her, and had lived and died a haunted man. It was only to men the lovely, restless ghost appeared, and her appearance boded no good to him who saw. Roger knew this, but he had a curious longing to see her. He had never avoided her grave as others of his tribe did. He loved the spot, and he believed that sometime he would see Isabel Temple there. She came, so the story went, to one in each generation of the family. He gazed down at her sunken grave. A little wind that came stealing along the floor of the grove raised and swayed the long, hair-like grass on it, giving the curious suggestion of something prisoned under it, trying to draw a long breath and float upward. Then, when he lifted his eyes again, he saw her. She was standing behind the gravestone, under the cherry tree, whose long white branches touched her head, standing there with her head drooping a little, but looking steadily at him. It was just between dusk and dark now, but he saw her very plainly. She was dressed in white, with some filmy scarf over her head, and her hair hung in the dark, heavy braid over her shoulder. Her face was small and ivory white, and her eyes were very large and dark. Roger looked straight into them, and they did something to him, drew something out of him that was never to be his again. His heart, his soul, he did not know. He only knew that lovely Isabel Temple had now come to him, and that he was hers forever. For a few moments, that seemed years, he looked at her, looked into the lure of her eyes, drew him to his feet as a man rises in sleepwalking. As he slowly stood up, the low-hanging bough of a fir tree pushed his cap down over his face and blinded him. When he snatched it off, she was gone. Roger Temple did not go home that night till the spring dawn was in the sky. Catherine was sleepless with anxiety about him. When she heard him come up the stairs, she opened the door and peeped out. Roger went along the hall without seeing her. His brilliant eyes stared straight before him, and there was something in his face that made Catherine steal back to her bed with a little shiver of fear. He looked like his uncle. She did not ask him when they met at breakfast, where or how he had spent the night. He had been dreading the question, and was relieved beyond measure when it was not asked. But, apart from that, he was hardly conscious of her presence. He ate and drank mechanically and voicelessly. When he had gone out, Catherine wagged her uncomely grey head ominously. "He's bewitched," she murmured. "He's seen her. Drat her. It's time she gave up that kind of work. Well, I don't know what to do. There ain't anything I can do, I reckon. He'll never marry now. I'm as sure of that as of any mortal thing. He's in love with a ghost." It had not yet occurred to Roger that he was in love. He thought of nothing but Isabel Temple. Her lovely, lovely face, sweeter than any picture he had ever seen or any ideal he had dreamed. Her long dark hair, her slim form, and, more than all, her compelling eyes. He saw them wherever he looked. They drew him. He would have followed them to the end of the world, heedless of all else. He longed for night, that he might again steal to the grave in the haunted grove. She might come again, who knew? He felt no fear, nothing but a terrible hunger to see her again. But she did not come that night, nor the next, nor the next. 2 weeks went by, and he had not seen her. Perhaps he would never see her again. The thought filled him with anguish not to be borne. He knew now that he loved her, Isabel Temple, dead for 80 years. This was love. This searing, torturing, intolerably sweet thing. This possession of body and soul and spirit. The poets had sung but weakly of it. He could tell them better if he could find words. Could other men have loved at all? Could any man love those blousy, common girls of earth? It seemed impossible, absurd. There was only one thing that could be loved, the white spirit. No wonder his uncle had died. He, Roger Temple, would soon die too. That would be well. Only the dead could woo Isabel. Meanwhile, he revelled in his torment and his happiness, so madly commingled that he never knew whether he was in heaven or hell. It was beautiful, and dreadful, and wonderful, and exquisite. Oh, so exquisite. Mortal love could never be so exquisite. He had never lived before. Now he lived in every fibre of his being. He was glad Aunt Catherine did not worry him with questions. He had feared she would, but she never asked any questions now, and she was afraid of Roger, as she had been afraid of his uncle. She dared not ask questions. It was a thing that must not be tampered with. Who knew what she might hear if she asked him questions? She was very unhappy. Something dreadful had happened to her poor boy. He had been bewitched by that hussy. He would die as his uncle had died. "Maybe it's best," she muttered. "He's the last of the Temples, so maybe she'll rest in her grave when she's killed them all. I don't know what she's such a spite at them for. There'd be more sense if she haunted the Mortons, seeing as a Morton killed her. Well, I'm mighty old and tired and worn out. It don't seem that it's been much use, the way I've slaved and fussed to bring that boy up and keep things together for him. And now the ghost's got him. I might as well have let him die when he was a sickly baby. If this had been said to Roger, he would have retorted that it was worthwhile to have lived long enough to feel what he was feeling now. He would not have missed it for a score of other men's lives. He had drunk of some immortal wine, and was as a god. Even if she never came again, he had seen her once, and she had taught him life's great secret in that one unforgettable exchange of eyes. She was his in spite of his ugliness and his crooked shoulder. No man could ever take her from him. But she did come again, one evening when the darkening grove was full of magic in the light of the rising yellow moon shining across the level field. Roger sat on the big boulder by the grave. The evening was very still. There was no sound save the echoes of noisy laughter that seemed to come up from the bayshore. Drunken fishermen, likely as not. Roger resented the intrusion of such a sound in such a place. It was a sacrilege. When he came here to dream of her, only the loveliest of muted sounds should be heard. The faintest whisper of trees, the half-heard, half-felt moan of surf, the airiest sigh of wind. He never read Wordsworth now or any other book. He only sat there and thought of her, his great eyes alight, his pale face flush with the wonder of his love. She slipped through the dark boughs like a moonbeam and stood by the stone. Again he saw her quite plainly, saw and drank her in with his eyes. He did not feel surprise. Something in him had known she would come again. He would not move a muscle lest he lose her as he had lost her before. They looked at each other. For how long, he did not know. And then a horrible thing happened. Into that place of wonder and revelation and mystery reeled a hiccoughing, laughing creature, a drunken sailor from a harbor ship with a leering face and desecrating breath. "Oh, you're here, my dear. I thought I'd catch you yet." He caught hold of her. She screamed. Roger sprang forward and struck him in the face. In his fury of sudden rage, the strength of 10 seemed to animate his slender body and pass into his blow. The sailor reeled back and put up his hands. He was a coward, and even a brave man might have been daunted by that terrible white face and those blazing eyes. He backed down the path. Sorry, he muttered. "Didn't know she was your girl. Sorry, I butted in. Gentlemen's never butt in. Sorry, sure, so sorry." He kept repeating his ridiculous sorry until he was out of the grove. Then he turned and ran stumblingly across the field. Roger did not follow. He went back to Isabel Temple's grave. The girl was lying across it. He thought she was unconscious. He stooped and picked her up. She was light and small, but she was warm flesh and blood. She clung uncertainly to him for a moment, and he felt her breath on his face. He did not speak. He was too sick at heart. She did not speak either. He did not think this strange until afterwards. He was incapable of thinking just then. He was dazed, wretched, lost. presently he became aware that she was timidly pulling his arm. It seemed that she wanted him to go with her. She was evidently frightened of that brute. He must take her to safety. And then she moved on down the little path, and he followed. Out in the moonlit field he saw her clearly. With her drooping head, her flowing dark hair, her great brown eyes, she looked like a nymph of a wood brook, a haunter of shadows, a creature sprung from the wild. But she was mortal maid, and he, what a fool he had been, presently he would laugh at himself when this dazed agony should clear away from his brain. He followed her down to the long field to the bay shore. Now and then she paused and looked back to see if he were coming, but she never spoke. When she reached the shore road, she turned and went along it until they came to an old grey house, fronting the calm grey harbour. At this gate she paused. Roger knew now who she was. Catherine had told him about her a month ago. She was Lilith Barr, a girl of 18, who had come to live with her uncle and aunt. Her father had died some months before. She was absolutely deaf as the result of some accident in her childhood. And she was, as his own eyes told him, exquisitely lovely in her white, haunting style. But she was not Isabel Temple. He had tricked himself. He had lived in a fool's paradise. Oh, he must get away and laugh at himself. He left her at the gate, disregarding the little hand she put timidly out. But he did not laugh at himself. He went back to Isabel Temple's grave and flung himself down on it and cried like a boy. He wept his stormy, anguished soul out on it. And when he rose and went away, he believed it was forever. He thought he could never, never go there again. Catherine looked at him curiously the next morning. He looked wretched, haggard and hollow-eyed. She knew he had not come in till the summer dawn, but he had lost the rapt, uncanny look she hated. Suddenly she no longer felt afraid of him. With this she began to ask questions again. "What kept ye out so late again last night, boy?" she said reproachfully. Roger looked at her in her morning ugliness. He had not really seen her for weeks. Now she smote on his tortured senses, so long drugged with beauty, like a physical blow. He suddenly burst into a laughter that frightened her. "Preserves, boy, have you gone mad? Or," she added, "have you seen Isabel Temple's ghost?" "No," said Roger loudly and explosively. "Don't talk any more about that damn ghost. Nobody ever saw it. The whole story is balderdash." He got up and went violently out, leaving Catherine aghast. Was it possible Roger had sworn? What on earth had come over the boy? But come what had, or come what would, he had no longer looked free. There was that much to be thankful for. Even an occasional oath was better than that. Catherine went stiffly about her dishwashing, resolving to have Lisa Adams to supper some night. For a week Roger lived in agony, an agony of shame and humiliation and self-contempt. Then, when the edge of his bitter disappointment wore away, he made another dreadful discovery. He still loved her, and longed for her just as keenly as before. He wanted madly to see her, her flower-like face, her great asking eyes, the sleek, braided flow of her hair. Ghost of woman, spirit of flesh, It mattered not. He could not live without her. At last, his hunger for her drew him to the old grey house on the bay shore. He knew he was a fool. She would never look at him. He was only feeding the flame that must consume him. But go he must, and did, seeking for his lost paradise. He did not see her when he went in, but Mrs. Barr received him kindly and talked about her in a pleasant, garrulous fashion which jarred on Roger, yet he listened greedily. Lilith, her aunt told him, had been made deaf by the accidental explosion of a gun when she was 8 years old. She could not hear a sound, but she could talk. A little, that is, not much, but enough to get along with. But she don't like talking somehow, dunno why. She's shy, and we think maybe she don't like to talk much because she can't hear her own voice. She don't ever speak, except just when she has to. But she's been training to lip reading, something wonderful. She can understand anything that's said when she can see the person that's talking. Still, it's a terrible drawback for a poor child. She's never had any real girl life. And she's dreadful sensitive and retiring. We can't get her to go out anywhere, only for lonely walks along shore by herself. We are much obliged for what you did the other night. It ain't safe for her to wander about alone as she does, but it ain't often anybody from the harbor gets up this far. She was dreadful upset about it. Hasn't got over her scare yet. When Lilith came in, her ivory-white face went scarlet all over at the sight of Roger. She sat down in a shadowy corner. Mrs. Barr got up and went out. Roger was mute. He could find nothing to say. He could have talked glibly enough to Isabel Temple's ghost and some unearthly tryst by her grave. But he could not find a word to say to this slip of flesh and blood. He felt very foolish and absurd, and very conscious of his twisted shoulder. What a fool he had been to come. Then Lilith looked up at him and smiled. A little shy, friendly smile. Roger suddenly saw her not as a tantalizing, unreal, mystic thing of the twilit grove, but as a little human creature, exquisitely pretty in her young moon beauty, longing for companionship. He got up, forgetting his ugliness, and went across the room to her. "Will you come for a walk?" he said eagerly. He held out his hand like a child. As a child she stood up and took it. Like two children, they went out and down the sunset shore. Roger was again incredibly happy. It was not the same happiness as had been his in that vanished fortnight. It was a homelier happiness, with its feet on the earth. The amazing thing was that he felt she was happy too. Happy because she was walking with him, Jack Barr Temple, whom no girl had even thought about. A certain secret wellspring of fancy that had seemed dry welled up in him, sparkling again. Through the summer weeks, the odd courtship went on. Roger talked to her as he had never talked to anyone. He did not find it in the least hard to talk to her, though her necessity of watching his face so closely while he talked bothered him occasionally. He felt that her intent gaze was reading his soul as well as his lips. She never talked much herself. What she did say, she spoke so low that it was hardly above a whisper. But she had a voice as lovely as her face, sweet, cadenced, haunting. Roger was quite mad about her, and he was horribly afraid that he could never get up enough courage to ask her to marry him. And he was afraid that if he did, she would never consent. In spite of her shy, eager welcomes, he could not believe she could care for him. For him. She liked him, she was sorry for him, but it was unthinkable that she, white, exquisite Lilith, could marry him and sit at his table and his hearth. He was a fool to dream of it. To the existence of romance and glamour in which he lived, no gossip of the countryside penetrated. Yet much gossip there was, and at last it came blundering in on Roger to destroy his fairy world a second time. He came downstairs one night in the twilight, ready to go to Lilith. His aunt and an old crony were talking in the kitchen. The crony was old, and Catherine, supposing Roger was out of the house, was talking loudly in that horrible voice of hers, with still more horrible zest and satisfaction. "Yes, I'm guessing it'll be a match, as ye say. Oh, the boy's doing well. He ain't for every market, as I'm bound to admit. If she wasn't deaf, she wouldn't look at him, no doubt. But she has scats of money. They won't need to do a tap of work unless they like. And she's a good housekeeper, too, her aunt tells me. She's pretty enough to suit him. He's as particular as never was. And he wasn't crooked and she wasn't deaf when they was born, so it's likely their children will be all right. I'm that proud when I think of the match." Roger fled out of the house, white of face and sick of heart. He went, not by the bay shore, but to Isabel Temple's grave. He had never been there since the night when he had rescued Lilith, but now he rushed to it in his new agony. His aunt's horrible practicalities had filled him with disgust. They dragged his love in the dust of sordid things. And Lilith was rich. He had never known that, never suspected it. He could never ask her to marry him now. He must never see her again. For the second time he had lost her, and this second losing could not be borne. He sat down on the big boulder by the grave and dropped his poor grey face in his hands, moaning in anguish. Nothing was left him, not even dreams. He hoped he could soon die. He did not know how long he sat there. He did not know when she came. But when he lifted his miserable eyes, he saw her, sitting just a little way from him on the big stone and looking at him with something in her face that made his heart beat madly. He forgot Aunt Catherine's sacrilege. He forgot that he was a presumptuous fool. He bent forward and kissed her lips for the first time. The wonder of it loosed his bound tongue. "Lilith," he gasped, "I love you." She put her hand into his and nestled closer to him. "I thought you would have told me that long ago," she said. The Garden of Spices. Jims tried the door of the blue room. Yes, it was locked. He had hoped Aunt Augusta might have forgotten to lock it. But when did Aunt Augusta forget anything? Except, perhaps, that little boys were not born grown-ups. And that was something she never remembered. To be sure, she was only a half-aunt. Whole aunts probably had more convenient memories. Jims turned and stood with his back against the door. It was better that way. He could not imagine things behind him then. And the blue room was so big and dim that a dreadful number of things could be imagined in it. All the windows were shuttered but one, and that one was so darkened by a big pine tree branching right across it that it did not let in much light. Jims looked very small and lost and lonely as he shrank back against the door. So small and lonely that one might have thought that even the sternest of half-aunts should have thought twice before shutting him up in that room and telling him that he must stay there the whole afternoon instead of going out for a promised ride. Jims hated being shut up alone, especially in the blue room. Its bigness and dimness and silence filled his sensitive little soul with vague horror. Sometimes he became almost sick with fear in it. To do Aunt Augusta justice, she never suspected this. If she had, she would not have decreed this particular punishment, because she knew Jims was delicate and must not be subjected to any great physical or mental strain. That was why she shut him up instead of whipping him. But how was she to know it? Aunt Augusta was one of those people who never know anything unless it is told them, in plain language, and then hammered into their heads. There was no one to tell her but Jims, and Jims would have died a death before he would have told Aunt Augusta, with her cold, spectacled eyes and thin, smileless mouth, that he was desperately frightened when he was shut up in the blue room. So he was always shut in it for punishment. And the punishments came very often, for Jims was always doing things that Aunt Augusta considered naughty. At first, this time, Jims did not feel quite so frightened as usual, because he was very angry. As he put it, he was very mad at Aunt Augusta. He hadn't meant to spill his pudding over the floor and the tablecloth and his clothes. And how such a little bit of pudding, Aunt Augusta was mean with dessert, could ever have spread itself over so much territory, Jims could not understand. But he had made a terrible mess, and Aunt Augusta had been very angry and had said he must be cured of such carelessness. She said he must spend the afternoon in the blue room instead of going for a ride with Mrs. Loring in her new car. Jims was bitterly disappointed. If Uncle Walter had been home, Jims would have appealed to him, for when Uncle Walter could be really wakened up to a realization of his small nephew's presence in his home, he was very kind and indulgent. But it was so hard to wake him up that Jims seldom attempted it. He liked Uncle Walter, but as far as being acquainted with him went, he might as well have been the inhabitant of a star in the Milky Way. Jims was just a lonely, solitary little creature, and sometimes he felt so friendless that his eyes smarted and several sobs had to be swallowed. There were no sobs just now, though. Jims was still too angry. It wasn't fair. It was so seldom he got a car ride. Uncle Walter was always too busy attending to sick children all over the town to take him. It was only once in a blue moon Mrs. Loring asked him to go out with her. But she always ended up with ice cream or a movie. And today, Jims had had strong hopes that both were on the program. "I hate Aunt Augusta," he said aloud. And then the sound of his voice in that huge, still room scared him so that he only thought the rest. I won't have any fun, and she won't feed my gobbler either." Jims had shrieked, "Feed my gobbler," to the old servant as he had been hauled upstairs. But he didn't think Nancy Jane had heard him, and nobody, not even Jims, could imagine Aunt Augusta feeding the gobbler. It was always a wonder to him that she ate herself. It seemed really too human a thing for her to do. "I wish I had spilled that pudding on purpose," Jims said vindictively, and with the saying his anger evaporated. Jims never could stay angry long, and left him merely a scared little fellow, with velvety, nut-brown eyes, full of fear, that should have no place in a child's eyes. He looked so small and helpless as he crouched against the door, that one might have wondered if even Aunt Augusta would not have relented had she seen him. How that window at the far end of the room rattled! It sounded terribly as if somebody or something were trying to get in. Jims looked desperately at the unshuttered window. He must get to it. Once there, he could curl up in the window seat, his back to the wall, and forget the shadows while looking out into the sunshine and loveliness of the garden over the wall. Jims would have likely have been found dead of fright in that blue room some time, had it not been for the garden over the wall. But to get to the window, Jims must cross the room and pass by the bed. Jims held that bed in special dread. It was the oldest-fashioned thing in the old-fashioned, old-furnitured house. It was high and rigid, and hung with gloomy blue curtains. Anything might jump out of such a bed. Jims gave a gasp and ran madly across the room. He reached the window and flung himself upon the seat. With a sigh of relief, he curled down in the corner. Outside, over the high brick wall, was a world where his imagination could roam, though his slender little body was pent a prisoner in the blue room. Jims had loved that garden from the first sight of it. He called it the Garden of Spices, and wove all sorts of yarns in fancy, yarns gay and tragic about it. He had only known it for a few weeks. Before that, they had lived in a much smaller house away at the other side of the town. Then Uncle Walter's uncle, who had brought him up just as he was bringing up Jims, had died, and they had all come to live in Uncle Walter's old home. Somehow Jims had an idea that Uncle Walter wasn't very glad to come back there, but he had to, according to Great Uncle's will. Jims himself didn't mind much. He liked the smaller rooms in their former home better, but the Garden of Spices made up for all. It was such a beautiful spot. Just inside the wall was a row of aspen poplars that always talked in silvery whispers and shook their dainty, heart-shaped leaves at him. Beyond them, under scattered pines, was a rockery where ferns and wild things grew. It was almost as good as a bit of woods, and Jims loved the woods, though he scarcely ever saw them. Then, past the pines, were roses just breaking into June bloom. Roses in such profusion as Jims hadn't known existed, with dear little paths twisting about among the bushes. It seemed to be a garden where no frost could blight or rough wind blow. When rain fell, it must fall very gently. Past the roses one saw a green lawn, sprinkled over now with the white ghosts of dandelions, and dotted with ornamental trees. The trees grew so thickly that they almost hid the house to which the garden pertained. It was a large one of grey-black stone, with stacks of huge chimneys. James had no idea who lived there. He had asked Aunt Augusta, and Aunt Augusta had frowned and told him it did not matter who lived there, and that he must never, on any account, mention the next house or its occupant to Uncle Walter. James would never have thought of mentioning them to Uncle Walter, but the prohibition filled him with an unholy and an unsubduable curiosity. He was devoured by the desire to find out who the folks in that tabooed house were, and he longed to have the freedom of that garden. James loved gardens. There had been a garden at the little house, but there was none here. Nothing but an old lawn that had been fine once, but was now badly run to seed. James had heard Uncle Walter say that he was going to have it attended to, but nothing had been done yet. And meanwhile, here was a beautiful garden over the wall which looked as if it should be full of children. But no children were ever in it, or anybody else apparently. And so, in spite of its beauty, it had a lonely look that hurt James. He wanted his garden of spices to be full of laughter. He pictured himself running in it with imaginary playmates. And there was a mother in it, or a big sister, or at the least a whole aunt who would let you hug her and would never dream of shutting you up in chilly, shadowy, horrible blue rooms. "It seems to me," said James, flattening his nose against the pane, "that I must get into that garden or bust." Aunt Augusta would have said icily, "We do not use such expressions, James," but Aunt Augusta was not there to hear. "I'm afraid the very handsome cat isn't coming today," sighed James. Then he brightened up. The very handsome cat was coming across the lawn. He was the only living thing, barring birds and butterflies, that James ever saw in the garden. James worshipped that cat. He was jet black, with white paws and dicky, and he had as much dignity as 10 cats. Jim's fingers tingled to stroke him. James had never been allowed to have even a kitten, because Aunt Augusta had a horror of cats. And you cannot stroke gobblers. The very handsome cat came through the rose garden paths, on its beautiful paws, ambled daintily around the rockery, and sat down in a shady spot under a pine tree, right where James could see him, through a gap in the little poplars. He looked straight up at James and winked. At least, James always believed and declared he did. And that wink said, or seemed to say, plainly, "Be a sport, come down here and play with me. A fig for your Aunt Augusta." A wild, daring, absurd idea flashed into Jim's brain. Could he? He could. He would. He knew it would be easy. He had thought it all out many times, although until now he had never dreamed of really doing it. To unhook the window and swing it open, to step out on the pine bough, and from it to another that hung over the wall and dropped nearly to the ground, to spring from it to the velvet sward under the poplars. Why, it was all the work of a minute. With a careful, repressed whoop, Jims ran towards the velvet handsome cat. The cat rose and retreated in deliberate haste. Jims ran after him. The cat dodged through the rose paths and eluded Jim's eager hands. just keeping tantalizingly out of reach. Jims had forgotten everything except that he must catch the cat. He was full of a fearful joy, with an elfin delight running through it. He had escaped from the blue room and its ghosts. He was in his garden of spices. He had got the better of mean old Augusta, but he must catch the cat. The cat ran over the lawn, and Jims pursued it through the green gloom of the thickly clustering trees. Beyond them came a pool of sunshine in which the old stone house basked like a huge grey cat itself. More garden was before it and beyond it, wonderful with blossom. Under a huge spreading beech tree in the center of it was a little tea table. Sitting by the table, reading, was a lady in a black dress. The cat, having lured Jims to where he wanted him, sat down and began to lick his paws. He was quite willing to be caught now, but Jims had no longer any idea of catching him. He stood very still, looking at the lady. She did not see him then, and Jims could only see her profile, which he thought very beautiful. She had wonderful ropes of blue-black hair wound around her head. She looked so sweet that Jim's heart beat. Then she lifted her head and turned her face and saw him. Jims felt something of a shock. She was not pretty after all. One side of her face was marked by a dreadful red scar. It quite spoiled her good looks, which Jims thought a great pity. But nothing could spoil the sweetness of her face or the lovingness of her peculiar soft grey-blue eyes. Jims couldn't remember his mother and had no idea what she looked like. But the thought came into his head that he would have liked her to have eyes like that. After the first moment, Jims did not mind the scar at all. But perhaps that first moment had revealed itself in his face, for a look of pain came into the lady's eyes, and almost involuntarily, it seemed, she put a hand up to hide the scar. Then she pulled it away again, and sat looking at Jims half defiantly, half piteously. Jims thought she must be angry because he had chased her cat. "I beg your pardon," he said gravely. "I didn't mean to hurt your cat. I just wanted to play with him. He is such a very handsome cat." "But where did you come from?" said the lady. "It is so long since I saw a child in this garden," she added, as if to herself. Her voice was as sweet as her face. Jims thought he was mistaken in thinking her angry, and plucked up heart of grace. Shyness was no fault of Jims. "I came from the house over the wall," he said. "My name is James Brander Churchill. Aunt Augusta shut me up in the blue room because I spilt my pudding at dinner. I hate to be shut up, and I was to have a ride this afternoon, and ice cream, and maybe a movie. So I was mad. And when your very handsome cat came and looked at me, I just got out and climbed down." He looked straight at her and smiled. Jims had a very dear little smile. It seemed a pity there was no mother alive to revel in it. The lady smiled back. "I think you did right," she said. "You wouldn't shut a little boy up if you had one, would you?" said Jims. "No, dear heart, I wouldn't," said the lady. She said it as if something hurt her horribly. She smiled again gallantly. "Will you come here and sit down?" she added, pulling a chair out from the table. "Thank you, I'd rather sit here," said Jims, plumping down on the grass at her feet. Then maybe your cat will come to me. The cat came over promptly and rubbed his head against Jim's knee. Jims stroked him delightedly. How lovely his soft fur felt, and his round, velvety head. I like cats, explained Jims, and I have nothing but a gobbler. This is a very handsome cat. What is his name, please? Black Prince. He loves me, said the lady. He always comes to my bed in the morning and wakes me by patting my face with his paw. He doesn't mind my being ugly. She spoke with a bitterness Jims couldn't understand. But you are not ugly, he said. Oh, I am ugly. I am ugly, she cried. Just look at me, right at me. Doesn't it hurt you to look at me? Jims looked at her gravely and dispassionately. No, it doesn't, he said. Not a bit, he added, after some further exploration of his consciousness. Suddenly the lady laughed beautifully. A faint rosy flush came into her unscarred cheek. James, I believe you mean it. Of course I mean it, and if you don't mind, please call me Jims. Nobody calls me James but Aunt Augusta. She isn't my whole aunt, she's just Uncle Walter's half-sister. He is my whole uncle. What does he call you? Asked the lady. She looked away as she asked it. Oh, Jims, when he thinks about me. He doesn't often think about me. He has too many sick children to think about. Sick children are all Uncle Walter cares about. He's the greatest children's doctor in the Dominion, Mr. Boris says. But he is a woman-hater. How do you know that? Oh, I heard Mr. Boris say it. Mr. Boris is my tutor, you know. I study with him from 9 till 1. I'm not allowed to go to public school. I'd like to, but Uncle Walter thinks I'm not strong enough yet. I'm going next year, though, when I'm 10. I have holidays now. Mr. Boris always goes away the 1st of June. How came he to tell you your uncle was a woman-hater? Persisted the lady. Oh, he didn't tell me. He was talking to a friend of his. He thought I was reading my book. So I was, but I heard it all. It was more interesting than my book. Uncle Walter was engaged to a lady long, long ago, when he was a young man. She was devilishly pretty. Oh, Jims. Mr. Burroughs said so. I'm only quoting, said Jims easily. And Uncle Walter just worshipped her, and all at once she just jilted him without a word of explanation. Mr. Burroughs said, so that is why he hates women. It isn't any wonder, is it? I suppose not, said the lady with a sigh. Jims, are you hungry? Yes, I am. You see, the pudding was spilled. But how did you know? Oh, boys always used to be hungry when I knew them long ago. I thought they hadn't changed. I shall tell Martha to bring out something to eat, and we'll have it here under this tree. You sit here, I'll sit there. Jims, it's so long since I talked to a little boy that I'm not sure that I know how. You know how, all right, Jims assured her. But what am I to call you, please? My name is Miss Garland, said the lady a little hesitatingly. But she saw the name meant nothing to Jims. I would like you to call me Miss Avery. Avery is my first name, and I never hear it nowadays. Now for a jamboree. I can't offer you a movie, and I'm afraid there isn't any ice cream either. I could have had some if I'd known you were coming, but I think Martha will be able to find something good. A very old woman, who looked at Jims with great amazement, came out to set the table. Jims thought she must be as old as Methuselah, but he did not mind her. He ran races with Black Prince while tea was being prepared, and rolled the delighted cat over and over in the grass. And he discovered a fragrant herb garden in a far corner, and was delighted. Now it was truly a garden of spices. "Oh, it is so beautiful here," he told Miss Avery, who sat and looked at his revels with a hungry expression in her lovely eyes. "I wish I could come often." "Why can't you?" said Miss Avery. The two looked at each other with sly intelligence. "I could come whenever Aunt Augusta shuts me up in the blue room," said Jims. "Yes," said Miss Avery. Then she laughed and held out her arms. Jims flew into them. He put his arms about her neck and kissed her scarred face. "Oh, I wish you were my aunt," he said. Miss Avery suddenly pushed him away. Jims was horribly afraid he had offended her, but she took his hand. "We'll just be chums, Jims," she said. "That's really better than being relations, after all. Come and have tea." Over that glorious tea table they became lifelong friends, and they had always known each other and always would. The Black Prince sat between them and was fed tidbits. There were such a lot of good things on the table, and nobody to say, "You have had enough, James." James ate until he thought he had enough. Aunt Augusta would have thought he was doomed, could she have seen him. "I suppose I must go back," said Jims, with a sigh. "It will be our supper time in half an hour, and Aunt Augusta will come to take me out." "But you'll come again?" "Yes, the first time she shuts me up. And if she doesn't shut me up, pretty soon I'll be so bad she'll have to shut me up. I'll always set a place for you at the tea table after this, Jims, and when you're not here, I'll pretend you are. And when you can't come, here write me a letter, and bring it when you do come." "Goodbye," said Jims. He took a hand and kissed it. He had read of a young knight doing that, and had always thought he would like to try it if he ever got a chance. But who could have dreamed of kissing Aunt Augusta's hands? "You dear funny thing," said Miss Avery. "Have you thought of how you are to get back? Can you reach that pine bough from the ground?" "Maybe I can jump," said Jims dubiously. "I'm afraid not. I'll give you a stool, and you can stand on it. Just leave it there for future use. Goodbye, Jims. Jims, 2 hours ago I didn't know there was such a person in the world as you. And now I love you." Jim's heart filled with a great warm gush of gladness. He had always wanted to be loved, and no living creature, he felt sure, loved him, except his gobbler, and a gobbler's love is not very satisfying, though it is better than nothing. He was blissfully happy as he carried his stool across the lawn. He climbed his pine and went in at the window and curled up on the seat in a maze of delight. The blue room was more shadowy than ever, but that did not matter. Over in the garden of spices was friendship and laughter and romance galore. The whole world was transformed for Jims. From that time, Jims lived a shamelessly double life. Whenever he was shut in the blue room, he escaped to the garden of spices. And he was shut in very often, for, Mr. Burroughs being away, he got into a good deal of what Aunt Augusta called mischief. Besides, It is a sad truth that Jims didn't try very hard to be good now. He thought it paid better to be bad and be shut up. To be sure, there was always a fly in the ointment. He was haunted by a vague fear that Aunt Augusta might relent and come to the blue room before supper time to let him out. And then the fat would be in the fire, said Jims. But he had a glorious summer, and throve so well on his new diet of love and companionship that one day Uncle Walter, with fewer sick children to think about than usual, looked at him curiously and said, "Augusta, that boy seems to be growing much stronger. He has a good color, and his eyes are getting to look more like a boy's eyes should. We'll make a man of you yet, Jims." "He may be getting stronger, but he's getting naughtier too," said Aunt Augusta grimly. "I am sorry to say, Walter, that he behaves very badly." "We were all young once," said Uncle Walter indulgently. "Were you?" asked Jims in blank amazement. Uncle Walter laughed. "Do you think me an antediluvian, Jims? I don't know what that is, but your hair is grey and your eyes are tired," said Jims uncompromisingly. Uncle Walter laughed again, tossed Jims a quarter, and went out. "Your uncle is only 45 and in his prime," said Aunt Augusta dourly. Jims deliberately ran across the room to the window, and, under pretense of looking out, knocked down a flower pot. So he was exiled to the blue room, and got into his beloved Garden of Spices, where Miss Avery's beautiful eyes looked love into his, and the Black Prince was a jolly playmate, and old Martha petted and spoiled him to her heart's content. Jims never asked questions, but he was a wide-awake chap, and, taking one thing with another, he found out a good deal about the occupants of the old stone house. Miss Avery never went anywhere, and no one ever went there. She lived all alone with 2 old servants, man and maid. Except these 2 and Jims, nobody had ever seen her for 20 years. Jims didn't know why, but he thought it must be because of the scar on her face. He never referred to it, but one day Miss Avery told him what caused it. "I dropped a lamp and my dress caught fire and burned my face, Jims. It made me hideous. I was beautiful before that, very beautiful. Everybody said so. Come in and I will show you my picture." She took him into the big parlor and showed him the picture hanging on the wall between the 2 high windows. It was of a young girl in white. She certainly was very lovely, with her rose-leaf skin and laughing eyes. Jims looked at the pictured face gravely, with his hands in his pockets and his head on one side. Then he looked at Miss Avery. "You were prettier then, yes," he said judicially. "But I like your face ever so much better now." "Oh, Jims, you can't," she protested. "Yes, I do," persisted Jims. "You look kinder and nicer now." It was the nearest Jims could get to expressing what he felt as he looked at the picture. The young girl was beautiful, but her face was a little hard. There was pride and vanity, and something of the insolence of great beauty in it. There was nothing of that in Miss Avery's face now. Nothing but sweetness and tenderness, and a motherly yearning to which every fibre of Jim's small being responded. How they loved each other, those 2, and how they understood each other. To love is easy, and therefore common, but to understand, how rare that is. And oh, such good times as they had. They made taffy. Jims had always longed to make taffy, but Aunt Augusta's immaculate kitchen and saucepans might not be so desecrated. They read fairy tales together. Mr. Burroughs had disapproved of fairy tales. They blew soap bubbles out on the lawn and let them float away over the garden and the orchard like fairy balloons. They had glorious afternoon teas under the beech tree. They made ice cream themselves. Jims even slid down the banister when he wanted to. And he could try out a slang word or two occasionally without anybody dying of horror. Miss Avery did not seem to mind it a bit. At first, Miss Avery always wore dark, somber dresses. But one day Jims found her in a pretty gown of pale primrose silk. It was very old and old-fashioned, but Jims did not know that. He capered round her in delight. "You like me better in this?" she asked wistfully. "I like you just as well, no matter what you wear," said Jims. "But that dress is awfully pretty. Would you like me to wear bright colors, Jims?" "You bet I would," said Jims emphatically. After that, she always wore them, pink and primrose and blue and white. And she let Jims wreath flowers in her splendid hair. He had quite a knack of it. She never wore any jewelry except, always, a little gold ring with a design of 2 clasped hands. A friend gave that to me long ago, when we were boy and girl together at school, she told Jims once. I never take it off, night or day. When I die, it is to be buried with me. "You mustn't die till I do," said Jims in dismay. "Oh, Jims, if we could only live together, nothing else would matter," she said hungrily. "Jims, Jims, I see so little of you really, and some day soon you'll be going to school, and I'll lose you." "I've got to think of some way to prevent it," cried Jims. "I won't have it. I won't. I won't." But his heart sank notwithstanding. One day, Jims slipped from the blue room down the pine and across the lawn with a tear-stained face. "Aunt Augusta is going to kill my gobbler," he sobbed in Miss Avery's arms. "She says she isn't going to bother with him any longer, and he's getting old, and he's to be killed. And that gobbler is the only friend I have in the world except you. Oh, I can't stand it, Miss Avery." Next day, Aunt Augusta told him the gobbler had been sold and taken away, and Jims flew into a passion of tears and protest about it, and was promptly incarcerated in the blue room. A few minutes later, a sobbing boy plunged through the trees and stopped abruptly. Miss Avery was reading under the beech, and the Black Prince was snoozing on her knee, and a big, magnificent bronze turkey was parading about on the lawn, twisting his huge fan of a tail this way and that. "My gobbler!" cried Jims. "Yes, Martha went to your uncle's house and bought him." "Oh, she didn't betray you. She told Nancy Jane she wanted a gobbler, and, having seen one over there, thought perhaps she could get him. See, here's your pet, Jims, and here he shall live till he dies of old age. And I have something else for you. Edward and Martha went across the river yesterday to the Murray Kennels and got it for you." "Not a dog!" exclaimed Jims. "Yes, a dear little pup. He shall be your very own, Jims, and I only stipulate that you reconcile the Black Prince to him." It was something of a task, but Jims succeeded. Then followed a month of perfect happiness. At least 3 afternoons a week they contrived to be together. It was all too good to be true, Jims felt. Something would happen soon to spoil it. Just suppose Aunt Augusta grew tender-hearted and ceased to punish. Or suppose she suddenly discovered that he was growing too big to be shut up. Jims began to stint himself in eating, lest he grew too fast. And then Aunt Augusta worried about his loss of appetite and suggested to Uncle Walter that he should be sent to the country till the hot weather was over. Jims didn't want to go to the country now because his heart was elsewhere. He must eat again if he grew like a weed. It was all very harassing. Uncle Walter looked at him keenly. "It seems to me you're looking pretty fit, Jims. Do you want to go to the country?" "No, please." "Are you happy, Jims?" "Sometimes." "A boy should be happy all the time, Jims." "If I had a mother and someone to play with, I would be." "I have tried to be a mother to you, Jims," said Aunt Augusta, in an offended tone. Then she addressed Uncle Walter. "A younger woman would probably understand him better, and I feel that the care of this big place is too much for me. I would prefer to go to my own old home. If you had married long ago, as you should, Walter, James would have had a mother and some cousins to play with. I have always been of this opinion." Uncle Walter frowned and got up. "Just because one woman played you false is no good reason for spoiling your life," went on Aunt Augusta severely. "I have kept silence all these years, but now I'm going to speak, and speak plainly. You should marry, Walter. You are young enough yet, and you owe it to your name." "Listen, Augusta," said Uncle Walter sternly. "I loved a woman once. I believed she loved me. She sent me back my ring one day, and with it a message saying she had ceased to care for me, and bidding me never to try to look upon her face again. Well, I have obeyed her. That is all." There was something strange about all that, Walter. The life she has since led proves that. So you should not let it embitter you against all women. "I haven't. It's nonsense to say I'm a woman-hater, Augusta, but that experience has robbed me of the power to care for another woman." "Well, this isn't a proper conversation for a child to hear," said Aunt Augusta, recollecting herself. "Jims, go out." Jims would have given one of his ears to stay and listen with the other, but he went obediently. And then, the very next day, the dreaded something happened. It was the 1st of August, and very, very hot. Jims was late coming to dinner, and Aunt Augusta reproved him and Jims deliberately and with malice aforethought, told her she was a nasty old woman. He had never been saucy to Aunt Augusta before, but it was 3 days since he had seen Miss Avery, and the Black Prince, and Nip, and he was desperate. Aunt Augusta crimsoned with anger, and doomed Jims to an afternoon in the blue room for impertinence. "And I shall tell your uncle when he comes home," she added. That rankled, for Jims didn't want Uncle Walter to think him impertinent. But he forgot all his worries as he scampered through the garden of spices to the beech tree. And there Jims stopped as if he had been shot. Prone on the grass under the beech tree, white and cold and still, lay his Miss Avery, dead, stone dead. At least Jims thought she was dead. He flew into the house like a mad thing, shrieking for Martha. Nobody answered. Jims recollected, with a rush of sickening dread, that Miss Avery had told him Martha and Edward were going away that day to visit a sister. He rushed blindly across the lawn again, through the little side gate he had never passed before, and down the street home. Uncle Walter was just opening the door of his car. "Uncle Walter, come, come," sobbed Jims, clutching frantically at his hand. "Miss Avery's dead, dead. Oh, come quick." "Who's dead?" Miss Avery Garland. She's lying on the grass over there in her garden. And I love her so, and I'll die too. Oh, Uncle Walter, come." Uncle Walter looked as if he wanted to ask some questions, but he said nothing. With a strange face, he hurried after Jims. Miss Avery was still lying there. As Uncle Walter bent over her, he saw the broad red scar and started back with an exclamation. "She's dead?" gasped Jims. "No," said Uncle Walter, bending down again. "No, she has only fainted, Jims. Overcome by the heat, I suppose. I want help. Go and call somebody." "There's no one home here today," said Jims, in a spasm of joy so great that it shook him like a leaf. "Then go home and telephone over to Mr. Loring's. Tell them I want the nurse who is there to come here for a few minutes." Jims did his errand. Uncle Walter and the nurse carried Miss Avery into the house, and then Jims went back to the blue room. He was so unhappy he didn't care where he went. He wished somebody would jump at him out of the bed and put an end to him. Everything was discovered now, and he would never see Miss Avery again. Jims lay very still on the window seat. He did not even cry. He had come to one of the griefs that lie too deep for tears. "I think I must have been put under a curse at birth," thought poor Jims. Over at the stone house, Miss Avery was lying on the couch in her room. The nurse had gone away, and Dr. Walter was sitting looking at her. He leaned forward and pulled away the hand with which she was hiding the scar on her face. He looked first at the little gold ring on the hand, and then at the scar. "Don't," she said piteously. "Avery, why did you do it? Why did you do it?" "Oh, you know. You must know now, Walter." "Avery, did you break my heart and spoil my life, and your own, simply because your face was scarred?" "I couldn't bear to have you see me hideous," she moaned. "You had been so proud of my beauty. I thought you couldn't love me any more. I couldn't bear the thought of looking in your eyes and seeing aversion there." Walter Grant leaned forward. "Look in my eyes, Avery. Do you see any aversion?" Avery forced herself to look. What she saw covered her face with a hot blush. "Did you think my love such a poor and superficial thing, Avery," he said sternly, "that it must vanish because a blemish came on your fairness? Do you think that would change me? Was your own love for me so slight?" "No, no," she sobbed. "I have loved you every moment of my life, Walter. Oh, don't look at me so sternly." "If you had even told me," he said. "You said I was never to try to look on your face again. And they told me you had gone away. You sent me back my ring." "I kept the old one," she interrupted, holding out her hand. "The first one you ever gave me. Do you remember, Walter? When we were boy and girl. You robbed me of all that made life worthwhile, Avery. Do you wonder that I've been a bitter man?" I was wrong, she sobbed. "I should have believed in you. but don't you think I've paid too? Forgive me, Walter. It's too late to atone, but forgive me." "Is it too late?" he asked gravely. She pointed to the scar. "Could you endure seeing this opposite you every day at your table?" she asked bitterly. "Yes, if I could see your sweet eyes and your beloved smile with it, Avery," he answered passionately. "Oh, Avery, it was you I loved, not your outward favor. Oh, how foolish you were, foolish and morbid. You always put too high a value on beauty, Avery." If I had dreamed of the true state of the case, if I had known you were here all these years, why, I heard a rumor long ago that you had married, Avery, but if I had known, I would have come to you and made you be sensible. She gave a little laugh at this lame conclusion. That was so like the old Walter. Then her eyes filled with tears as he took her in his arms. The door of the blue room opened. Jims did not look up. It was Aunt Augusta, of course, and she had heard the whole story. "Jims, boy." Jims lifted his miserable eyes. It was Uncle Walter, but a different Uncle Walter. An Uncle Walter with laughing eyes and a strange radiance of youth about him. "Poor, lonely little fellow," said Uncle Walter unexpectedly. "Jims, would you like Miss Avery to come here and live with us always and be your real aunt?" "Great snakes," said Jims, transformed in a second. "Is there any chance of that?" "There is a certainty, thanks to you," said Uncle Walter. "You can go over to see her for a little while. Don't talk her to death. She's weak yet. And attend to that menagerie of yours over there. She's worrying because the bulldog and gobbler weren't fed. And Jims." But Jims had swung down through the pine and was tearing across the Garden of Spices.